New game. Let's get going. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome everybody to the first run of 2026 for me of Final Fantasy V, the Job Fiesta. Well, outside of the opening race anyways. This is just a good old chaotic meteor run. It used to be called Chaos, which is why I'm calling it chaotic. Meteor is the rule set where you can get assigned any job at any crystal. So the first job we were assigned is Dancer, which is a fun one to get started with, I would say. So I like that one. I'm just hoping I'm gonna get not just, Thief and White Mage for Biblos. That's kind of the only thing right now that I would know that I would want to job fair away. Which, if you don't know, Final Fantasy V allows you to basically switch any of your characters to be any of the job that you currently have unlocked at any point. Whichever ones you want. And, well, Job Fiesta is basically a bit of a challenge run, where instead of having access to all the jobs, which, might be a bit of decision paralysis, who do you turn into which job at which point, etc. Instead, we are just going to have 4 jobs to play through the game with. And that's it. Oh yeah, we also have Berserker risk, by the way. So this means we can randomly get assigned 1, 2, or even 3 more Berserkers from here on out. So we'll see how that's gonna go. I actually didn't realize that you could nowadays select... Well, actually I think this is new this year. But you could select Berserker risk. Even for subsequent runs. It used to be that Berserker Risk was specifically only when you pre-register, so you could get the Berserkers people more or less donated for, because the amount of Berserker distributed among the people and runners was equivalent to like the money donated preemptively to the opening race in charity. So yeah, here we are. 4 Berserker run, let's go. Unfortunately, that's already impossible. Then again, the Dancer is not necessarily the best kind of support class, I would argue. Also, for reference, I am playing this on the Super Nintendo version of the game. Once again, I kind of was thinking I should probably do my first run on PlayStation, but I'm gonna do that in one of the other runs. Dancer is basically Berserker. I think Dancer might be the furthest away from a Berserker as it gets. With the Berserker, you know exactly what it's gonna do. It's attacking a random target. With a Dancer, well, I guess you're gonna get random moves when you use this dance command. You have the literal opposite side of the spectrum in terms of HP. Berserker having, I think, the second highest vitality stat, just behind Monk. With the highest HP, Dancer having the literal lowest one. Spins around into the bug. For Berserker run is never impossible, just blame every hate. Indeed. Berserker plus Knight sounds good, to be honest. Yeah, it's actually really good. Like, you can dual wield the axes, so Berserker plus Knight is a really nice combo. Not dual wield, 2-hand the axes. Doubling your damage output, basically. You feel like every Job Fiesta run that you do has a Dancer in it? Well, maybe you should pick up dancing in real life if you haven't yet. Maybe that's a sign. Alrighty. You do dance in IRL dice, right? I suppose that's then reasonably fitting, isn't it? Alrighty, welcome to configurations. We set the battle speed to 5. Basically, this allows me to not lose any time relative to the enemies. If you set it to 1, you have basically no time at all before the enemies start moving and start attacking you. It's basically, if you set it to 1, this is like the Pixel remaster where you don't get any time at all. Message speed to fast in combat. Short command window, because that allows me to easily select things. And color? What color do we go for? I don't know. I feel a little bit red for now. Then again, we could just go black. I don't think I've used black anytime recently. Let's go black, it's fine. Hello, welcome to Trashcan, hope you're doing well. And welcome to Final Fantasy V, where we just played the opening as usual. And this is gonna be our walking speed. Probably the entire way through, unless we happen to get a thief. I really like getting thieves in this game. There's just one caveat, just not exclusively thieves from Biblos. That's the one thing. Anyways, welcome to the first encounter. We just hold down the A button and our character automatically is gonna attack at the earliest possible opportunity. Actually, I guess that's another thing you kinda miss in the Pixel Remaster. You can't just hold down the confirmation button to speed through your actions. Like, you can auto-battle, and auto-battling will select your last command and target that you have used. Also, what do we go for today for a name? I feel like tea today. I like tea. But yeah, you can auto-battle in order to immediately select the last command in that game, but auto-battle also, I think, doubles your battle speed in that version, so it's really awkward to try and just reselect the last command as quick as possible, because you can't just hold down like the confirmation button for that. So you have to briefly turn on the auto-battle when it's your turn and then immediately turn it back off again. Phoenix Downs. If you wanna buy these, they cost 1,000 gold. They revive a character that has fallen in combat back to 25% of their maximum HP. And they are pretty expensive. 1,000 gold in this game is a lot of money. All the way to the mid game at the very least, it's still a lot. So you can also just sell them for 500 gold if you want to desperately buy something. That's not a terrible choice, because maybe you want to just stock up on potions and you play in a way where your characters don't die, hopefully. Welcome to you, Rob Kazoki. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to you as well, Kirui. I'm UFO? Anyways, welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. So here our party briefly gets split because these people don't know that they're a party yet. And then we beat up 4 more goblins and then we become a proper party. And welcome to you as well, the Hangry Kinnick. Thank you for the good luck. Kinnick always reminds me of, I think, Dragon Quest 2, was it? The Prince of Kinnick? Or was that a city? I should play through Dragon Quest games someday. You check their meteor rules, but that's basically what you think it of as the default for the Job Fiesta. I mean, it's kind of what I like to play the most, just because that way I don't necessarily know what I'm gonna get otherwise. I guess standard would be each crystal gives a job from that set. Yes, that is the standard. Basically, you get a water job from the water crystal, a wind job from the wind crystal, a fire job from fire crystal, and an earth job from the earth crystal if you just play by default for Job Fiesta rules. 1,000 gold is 8 knacks. That's 1.5 knack encounters. It is. By the way, in case you don't really care about the cutscenes or anything like that, there is a Project Demi version of Final Fantasy V. It's like a patch you can apply to your, of course, legally acquired ROM, where it basically removes all of the cutscene and allows your character to run even if there's no thief in the party. Basically, it speeds up the entire game by a lot if most of the time you spend is in cutscenes. Is Canadian solo character available on YouTube? No, and I probably should upload these, huh? I was kind of going to maybe do a quick do-over and light editing, but I never really got around to it, so maybe I should just upload it. But yeah, it's not available on YouTube. I do have a local recorder though, so that's the thing. Hey Northrex, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And sometimes the auto battles just do what your character last did, not necessarily your command, like when you get confused or auto actions like counter and magic shield. Huh, actually wasn't aware of the confusion thing. I do know that auto battle is very specific, that it tries to do the exact same thing, which, you know, is arguably what you expect if you think of it without knowing the original game, right? It's also memory cursor is like the exact same memorization, where it selects your spell from, or the same command, let's say the same spell in the same spell menu, which is normal, that's expected. But then afterwards it also selects the same target for the same spell. And that one is very awkward because I think if you use like a healing staff to heal your ally with it, and then you try to select a spell to deal damage with that one, let's say you have a healing staff on a time mage, you want to cast comment on the enemy after healing your ally, the memory cursor still targets your ally for whatever reason. Because it's very specific about all the things it exactly memorizes. But I don't know if that is intrinsically necessarily a bad thing. Oh well, I guess that one is arguably a bad thing, this scenario described. But overall, I just don't know if I'm just so used to like all of the other versions memory cursor that I just get so thrown off by the memory cursor in the other version. No idea. Does your Job Fiesta include the weird bonus classes? No, it does not. In this case, it is just the classes that we can get in any default version, because this is the Super Nintendo version. It doesn't actually have any of the extra classes either, so it's not exactly an option to get any of these. Unless you may play a ROM hack that might include them, which I don't think there is one available, but I actually don't know. I have to admit, it's not something I've ever looked up before. There is. Nice. It's actually kind of fun. We have 2 more questions. That's 2 damage off, I think. Is Dancer any good as a starting class? You also found Dancer a bit hard to do damage with. I mean, I'm not using any modifications, so I'm not gonna get Dancer until the Earth Crystal. But let's say you unlock all the jobs from the get-go. Dancer would be honestly decently strong in the early game, because Jitterbug Duet actually has really good base damage relative to how much it can do. A lot of enemies can be confused this early on as well, so Tempting Tango is actually pretty competent as well, and of course Sword Stance is good. So I would say about half the time you get a really good value out of a dancing move when you select the dance. However, the Dancer does notoriously have really low maximum HP, So you might have to level up just a little bit more in order to survive certain attacks. Dancer start is just a thief start. With less speed and less HP. I think Dancer start, if you were to just use regular attacks instead of a dance move, then you would be a lot weaker. But I think the dance move early on will help you a lot with dealing with enemies reasonably okay. It's just very inconsistent. Like, if you play Dancer, expect that your attack is not really going to do anything. Like, if you try to come into the dancing moves with the expectation that 1 in 4 times you should get the dance that you want, you might not necessarily have a good time, because randomness just doesn't not necessarily work that way. Sometimes you get a string of 4 sword dances in a row, and then you get 30 dances where you don't get a single sword dance. Basically, I think, in my mind, the way I like to play with Dancer is try to support the Dancer in a way where no matter which dance I get, we'll probably get through anyways. But that's easier said than done. Dancing is a bad idea in the ship graveyard? Yes. Without a question. A friend of yours is going to try the Final Fantasy V R hack for Job Fiesta. I actually don't remember what that one is. Meteor does include Mime and Freelancer. It does? I thought that was pure chaos. Wait, it's different nowadays, isn't it? Watching Yagmoth play Final Fantasy V is like watching Da Vinci paint the Mona Lisa. I have to admit I have no idea what that would be like. But I guess technically it would involve watching paint dry. Anyways, welcome. I hope you're having a lovely day today. Non-offensive username 3. There is no more pure chaos. That sounds about right. You hadn't realized you were playing without access to late crystal class until they actually show up in the game? Yeah, I'm basically just playing the standard game. There is, aside from the fan translation, there is no other modification. It's just a translation of the game. How early can you get a piece of equipment that gets sword stance to 50%? If you have a thief, you can get it in the Ronka ruins as a rare steal from the Lamias. That's your only way. The next best option afterwards is all the way in World 3, Phoenix Tower. You can steal a rainbow dress from some of the enemies in there. So you either have a thief, which is fantastic synergy with a dancer, or you don't, and you have the dancer for a lot longer with a lot less consistency. Honestly, once you do get any sword stance up equipment like the Lamia's Tiara or the Rainbow Dress, it suddenly feels surprisingly consistent on how much damage the dancer can dish out. Or buy the Lamia's Tiara in Phantom Village. Oh yeah, I guess you could do that. That's true. It's probably easier than grabbing the Rainbow Dress. Although I will argue that the Rainbow Dress is kind of what you probably will want to have at the end anyways. Because the headgear... The Lamia's Tiara does not have much defense. Then again, it does prevent getting confused. But I suppose the dancer also preferably would be able to equip the ribbon. So there's that. So if you pull the wind class, crystal class first, could you have 4 of them, or are you also limited to 1 each? You need to in fact have 4 of them. Once you get any job that you have access to, all characters need to turn into any job you have access to. And minimum 1 of the jobs that you do have access to of each ones that you currently can select. So in this case, if I get White Mage as my next one, everybody would have to become a white mage. Yeah, you need, in the end, generally speaking, you need to have at least one of every accessible class. I think that is a good way of phrasing it. But also every character, as soon as you have any job class available, needs to not be freelancer anymore. Anyways, welcome to tutorial boss Wing Raptor. He has 250 HP, and if we get a good enough damage rolls, we'll defeat him before he closes his wings. Let's see how that's gonna go for us. I quote the broadsword on Lena because her knife is the literal weakest weapon in the entire game, although it is still better than punching things with Galuf. And all characters at the very moment here, at this level, are just about equivalent in how much damage they do anyways. You do not like Lena, huh? Anyways, we should easily get the knockout right here, before he can transform. Because we have both Lena and Butts going fast enough for that. Also, I suppose there's not really a big reason for me to go and level up or grind much. But let's just go and grab the crystals. I will probably walk back down, fighting a few more enemies along the way though. Instead of taking a teleporter. Berserker danger, I guess. Yeah, I could get 4 Berserkers after a Water Crystal. It's actually reasonably likely because I chose Berserker risk. Basically, Berserker risk, any of your jobs can be replaced by a Berserker at random that you would otherwise have gotten. I think one of the best assets of having a dancer for your Job Fiesta team is, even if you don't have a Lami's tiara, ribbon is such a crazy helmet item or headgear item because it has really high defenses, +5 to all of your stats, I think, and gives you a whole host of immunities to many status effects. It's really, really, really good. Considering Solar Berserker is theoretically possible, it's all okay. Having one non-Berserker should be fine. Having just one character that is not a Berserker is so much easier than having all 4 Berserkers. It is a world of a difference. Alright, we have the Wind Crystal now. This is where you will switch your jobs to the other class. By the way, you can use a modified save file or ROM hack or whatever to immediately switch your classes to whatever you have unlocked from the Job Fiesta. That's another way to play. I don't think I've ever done that one before. Which is kind of weird because I have the modified save files. So I can actually play my solo challenge runs. You need to select a lot of duplicates to get multiple Berserkers with Berserker risk. You do? I figured it would be able to give you multiple Berserkers anyways. I did not allow multiples. Oh, I just assumed it would be able to give you multiple Berserkers anyways. We gain some levels. I think level 5 is probably a fine level to go for. So just a few encounters here. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to you, Rizukun. Hope you're having a lovely day today. You typically play with all accessible jobs from Windshrine since freelancing World 1 is boring. Yeah, it's relatively easy. But it's also not terribly engaging once you have done it a few times. I agree. Like, I think it's a perfectly fair way of playing the game, just unlocking all the jobs. Because, especially if you play some of the more chaotic modes where, again, you can have any jobs assigned at any moment, chances are decently high that you're just not going to have a job until at least the water crystal, or even fire crystal at times, depending on what else you get. Like, that is just reasonably likely. Also, I do not need to specifically select my targets here. I'm just so used to doing that, because the wind snake needs to die first so it doesn't arrow to me, or, well, yeah, spell my doom with an arrow spell. But because we guaranteed one-shot everything, is fine. Also, there's my back attack. Yesterday I didn't get a single back attack because the power of Thief compels enemies to never attack us from the back, which is very honorable. Now I could get them 1 in 16 times. The board. I think the board is a great substitute for mold winds. Batman needs tools and all the fun tools are in Growth 3. Batman like the Blue Mage? I think there's a few fun tools before that. But the really fun ones are later. Am I looking for an encounter or just farm? No, I'm just farming. I'm just getting like level 5. I have no idea what level I would need to get to for attack multipliers, because I don't remember the freelancer stuff. But I think Fairies deals more damage now, so I suggest we just move on. I'm just kind of playing this by ear, basically. Elephant Lennel also just leveled up, so we're probably good to go. The board in chat. Boards are great. We have our own funky board as well around here. Inspired by PJ's board, to be honest. But it took a long time for us to encounter a board that was worthy of being called a board. This one. The glorious Nemesis Owl from the mobile version of Seeker of Mana. Honestly, the mobile version of Seeker of Mana, it has like half and half. Half the sprites are replaced with new ones and they look really good. The other half are just the old ones. But every time there was like a new sprite in the mobile version when we played through it, honestly, they look really good. And the board is just a really fun one. very puffy. Hello, are you beginners? Yes, I'm beginning a new adventure. Thank you for letting me in. There's another chest in the next room that you could go and grab, containing leather shoes, but we just got a random leather shoe drop anyway, so we're fine. Can I talk to you here again? Are you beginners? No. No loitering! Get out. Bonk. She just kicks you out. Really hard. I don't need any equipment. We're fine. I could buy a broadsword here for one more character. Sure, why not? Because we can equip it. The dagger is actually mostly a better weapon. Actually, the dagger is a better weapon half of the levels. Because sometimes you get an additional attack multiplier, which you do not get with the broadsword. And sometimes you don't get that one, so it's just a toss-up. But with only one less attack power compared to the broadsword, at worst you're losing out a tiny bit of damage, at best you actually deal a good chunk of extra damage. How far did Magus get, by the way, yesterday? Does anybody know? Because after the 9.5 hour run he did, he immediately started his first Job Fiesta, which I found to be a bit crazy. Just a little bit. Batman is a nickname for a solo freelancer. It goes all tools and no magic. Oh, I see. That's fair. That makes sense. Also, I'm really slow at reading chat, as you might be imagining. Or, actually, you're not imagining this. You... Good lord, Magus. Yep. I think he got... Actually, I don't remember what he got as a start. He does an onsen run, whatever that does. Onsen... What's the rule set? Let's see... Help. Onsen run. This type of run leans towards water and fire jobs. Job 1 will come from wind or water. Job 2 is water or fire. Job 3 is water, fire, or earth. Job 4 comes from water, fire, or earth. Alright, so mostly leaning into water and fire. Not a whole lot of wind actually in there. I actually really like a lot of the wind jobs because they are just very solid overall without being necessarily overpowering. Black Mage notwithstanding. There's like a few classes in this game where I feel like they are just so strong that it does not really matter what other job classes you get necessarily. They will just be able to beat the game for you for the most part. Black Mage is kind of like that, not exactly, but mostly. Then the other one I would think of that like that would be Summoner, Blue Mage, Ninja. And I think that's mostly it. You can put a Chemist in there with an asterisk, but Chemist is more so to like dramatically power up your character's already existing toolsets and moves. So I consider it to be more of a supporting character. Plus it also requires quite a lot of grinding out materials if you want to use the full array of tools it has to offer. Alright, we're gonna sell the ether, sells for 750 gold, and with this money we buy as many potions as we can get. Because we don't really have any other healing, so potions for 50 HP each, that's basically as good as it gets. And you know what? I forgot to do the piano thing when I was here the first time yesterday, so let's just do this now. You just rolled your first meteor for Job Fiesta of the year, and of course you got Dancer as your first class. Yeah, your prophecy holds true, apparently. You have Monk, Mystic, Ninja, Dancer for your first Fiesta. That's pretty nice. Some strong classes. And the other two can contribute as well. Honestly, I think Dancer is a lot better in the Pixel Remaster thanks to its ability to sit in the back row and deal full damage with sword dances, which is much better for it. And of course, dancing with the chicken knife to get its power up is really good as well. He started an onsen run, got Black Mage, Ninja, Dancer and Chemist. Yeah, that's really strong. I think with Black Mage and Ninja you don't even need the Chemist necessarily, but if you have any weakness whatsoever, which you don't really have with those characters, let me be frank, it will just patch up all of the weaknesses you possibly could ever have. You're on Pixel Remaster, so Monk and Dancer are very good. Oh yeah, right, Monk also got a significant boost to its kick, dealing full damage, doesn't it? Doesn't it also deal more damage than it otherwise would? Anyways, kick is so much better in the Pixel Remaster. Making me wish there was like the ability to learn kick from the Monk. It would be so nice to have. Monk is nice overall. I think Monk is one of those classes that I would consider to be slightly on the weaker side of things, but at the same time, it's still fine. And if you lead into it, it can be quite competent for a lot of the things you need to do it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess Chakra in this case is also full damage from the back row for a Monk. I actually didn't even think about that. Not Chakra, the other one. Barehanded Dancer is super nice. Barehanded on Dancer is just really fun. The funny thing is, if you put barehanded on Dancer, the Dancer already deals way more damage, even if you still use the same old weapons, just because you actually get a good strength boost from that. But in my opinion, it's just really fun to dance with bare hands too. Because sometimes you get even crazier crits on top of it. Also, right, Ferris doesn't get healed in that cutscene earlier, everybody else does. So I have to heal her with one potion. When you have two classes, are you allowed to swap them? You can switch any character to any class that you have currently unlocked. The only rules are just you need to have one of each of the unlocked classes in your team at any given point. That you have access to it, that is. Yes, basically you can mix and match the classes you have as much as you want. That is kind of the idea of the Job Fiesta. Like, it's still Final Fantasy V. One of the biggest appeals and interesting parts about it is that you learn certain abilities and then put them onto other job classes to cover their weaknesses or enhance their power even more. So, yeah. If you can give a monk an equipable weapon and kick does big damage, yes. I think that... Is that mostly a Pixel Remaster thing, or is that also a thing in the normal game? Because I have to admit that I don't think I've ever tried. I believe kick might just be specifically physical attacks in this version. Or like, it has its own damage formula ignoring... Actually, I don't know if it does. I don't know. Anyways, welcome to Carapace. This big lobster has... 650 HP. It has 3 possible attacks: Tentacle, attacking, dealing physical damage and paralyzing a character. It has a regular attack, just dealing physical damage, which is what you would normally want to see, and Tail Screw, which puts a character into critical HP, which means 9 or HP or less remaining. Also, you might be wondering, wait, why are you not healing, Mega? We're not really losing anything by having a character get knocked out here, so it's fine. And there we go. Because boss battles in this game do not actually give any experience, they only give ability points and money. And because we don't have a job right now, we're not losing out on any ability points. The main downside of your job is that no one can use a rod. Yeah, being able to equip rods is just nice. But hey, sometimes it's an interesting way of playing if you don't have things. You think the last time you saw someone do this, they just played it that the first job was wind, second water, etc. The main butt's the wind job, then the water jobs and so on, with no swapping. That is technically a Fiesta mode you can enable, that is called, I think, natural jobs. Like, that is an additional, like, limitation slash challenge you can put yourself under if you'd like to. In my opinion, it's just kind of makes the most interesting part about the game less interesting because you're not allowed to do the mixing and matching. But I mean, no question that it is more challenging than before. I mean, on the upside, with freelancers until you defeat Archeo Avis, you're guaranteed to have at least one character that can competently deal with more or less everything that you encounter. Because while freelancer stats are terrible, being able to equip literally everything is just very handy. Welcome to the ship graveyard. We're gonna grab a flail. We could equip the flail too. It deals full damage from the background. You know what, I might just do that. It's not a particularly consistent weapon with a 30% chance to miss and having extremely high damage variance. But you know what? I think that's alright sometime. I wasn't sure whether Lena would be able to finish that guy off, so I targeted the same skeleton with Galifter. These skeletons have a rare drop rate for getting a dagger to us. And daggers are just mostly better right now than anything else. Anyways, who do we put the flail on? Let's put it on Lena, why not? The flail has slightly more attack power, but again, it's just high variance. And I think on average it might be less damage than the broadsword. Potentially, but it's also potentially more. I guess the nicest thing about it is that you can deal full damage from the back row and into the enemy's back row for what it's worth. So let's see, Lena, are you gonna be able to finish this guy off? Maybe? Yes, just about. Also, Flail does ignore 50% of the enemy's defense, which can be quite nice. These Carcursor enemies notably have a rare drop chance for elixirs, so if you are stuck with not knowing how to heal your characters against some of the bosses, because even the early game bosses can be quite tricky in this game, maybe just battle a bunch of the enemies in the ship graveyard. These guys have a rare drop chance for elixirs, and also the undead husks have a rare drop chance for elixirs too. So you can farm them here if you need to. Because, let's be real, the early game healing option with potion is fine outside of combat, but in combat it's inadequate very quickly. Hey, hello! Welcome to Job Morph, hope you're doing well today. Actually, since it's 2 R's, it's more like Job Morph. Anyways, welcome. Oh, that was still enough. Huh. You're able to use the whip with this team, at least for a little while? Yes. The whip and actually the katana too. There's a bunch of these weapons that you get early in this game that specifically you cannot equip unless you use the freelancer. So you just have those strange weapons with the whip and the katana sitting in your inventory, and you don't know what to do with them unless you realize you could technically equip them as a freelancer. And, especially for right now, they are pretty strong weapons. Lena hasn't missed one so far. It's pretty lucky. With paralyzed strats for Garula for fancy. Yep, that's my strategy. Because I'm gonna just break the rod on Magisa's head. That way we don't have to deal with Forza. And the whip basically mostly just souls Garula. I guess notably, Garula also is like, if you have heavy armor, you can get enough defense to literally nullify the physical damage of Garula, which is another strategy on how to take care of that guy reasonably efficiently. Good day to you, Milk Rips, and welcome. Hope you're doing well today. So these guys also have an elixir chance, and we did not get any. That's alright. I don't think I need them. Freelancer is pretty competent. I guess Freelancer is a little bit like a blue mage, where if you know which weapons you could wear, or equipment pieces, it's just really strong in a number of ways. Let's see. The various Fiesta modes available are regular run. This type of run assigns one job from each of the crystals. Job 1 will come from wind, job 2 from water, job 3 from fire, and job 4 from earth. Then there's a typhoon mode. This type of run leans towards early available jobs, so wind and water. So it's kind of like the old random run, where you could get any of the jobs that you currently already have unlocked. Then we have the geyser run. That one leans towards water and earth jobs. Sirocco leans towards fire and wind. Onsen leans towards water and fire. Haboob run leans towards wind and earth. Volcano run leans towards the later available jobs. Mostly earth, I guess. It's kind of the opposite of the geyser, I suppose. And meteor, basically any job, anytime. You see Ferris is a girl this run? Yes, I think she technically turns out to be most of the runs. Although, from what we gathered, she definitely doesn't like to be a princess, so... That's arguably a job more well suited for Lena. Also, my first back attack in a long time, I guess. Bing, 50-50 chance for Butts here to attack the front skeleton. He attacked the back one. Yes, I should have targeted the back. The front, excuse me. That's alright. Bonk. Actually, did not even pay attention whether we got anything after the screens. We did not, so... No daggers for me so far. That's alright. We go in here, pick up the ever important map because I keep getting lost everywhere. Antidotes, and last one is gonna be Phoenix Sun. I actually specifically want to target this Psycho Head enemy first as a priority. Oh, that's a good roll. Because these Psycho Head enemies can inflict the HP leak status when they hit you with their special attack, which basically quickly drains your HP. It's kind of like poison but much faster, and in the early stages of the game rather deadly. How do you use the map in this version? You couldn't figure it out when you were playing. And the overworld, you press the Y button. That is a bit of a weird button to use, isn't it? Yeah, it's the Y button in this version. Alright, everybody full HP, and we easily should be able to take care of this one. I think ideally I get the shield, then I don't have to buy another shield. So I guess it's not all that necessary, all things considered. You would never have guessed why. It is a weird button to use. I mean, X opens the menu, And A, B, and Y otherwise wouldn't do anything on the overworld. But I believe on like Game Boy Advance it's like L or something. Or R. The L and the R buttons actually don't necessarily serve a function in this game outside of if you have the memory and not the short window command set in order to defend and switch rows. Also, notably, you have to actually physically pick up the map key item from the various locations, although you probably already did that, since it actually shows up in a number of locations. If you don't pick it up in, let's say, the ship graveyard, it shows up in the Steam ship again, and probably in some other places that I don't know. Because I always pick up this one, so I don't know where else the map shows up. Never tried the Y button. Yeah, I mean, it is a really weird button to press. Alright, welcome to Siren. She has 900 HP and immediately casts slow. You know what? Slow on Lena is probably fine. She has 0 physical defense in her first form, but, well, she just casts 3 spells and then switches to her second form afterwards. That's a good roll, Lena. Nice. Scan basically does nothing aside from informing the player that this is how scan works. It gives you shows you the level as well as the HP of the target. And the last spell is Armor. Now she's gonna take half the physical damage from any, well, attack we do. So I'm actually just using this opportunity to switch everybody into the back row. In the back row, everybody receives and deals half the physical damage. That's because after the third attack she switches into her undead form. Now we can throw potions for 50 damage each, which is honestly pretty good consistent damage. And importantly, she now hits like it's struck with physical attacks during this phase. And being in the back row, we take half the damage from it. And as you can see with Lena there, she would be able to survive 2 of these hits. And with just consistent attacks like this, we should be able to knock her out probably during the first zombie phase here. Lena being slowed, which by the way slow is arguably the most debilitating status effect in the game. I guess that's not true. Old arguably is more devastating. Anyways. Lena is dramatically slower. So we don't get nearly as many turns with her. Well, I think we could argue we get about half as many turns with her. I believe that's not exactly how the system works, but that's okay. Anyways, defeating her in her undead form gives us the bronze shield. If you defeat her in her humanoid form, you get the bronze armor instead. Bronze armor is just slightly better defense, but the shields are especially nice because they give you a chance to block physical attacks incoming. At the beginning, Fairy starts with a leather shield, giving you a 10% chance to block physical attacks. And the bronze shield here is 15% chance to block physical attacks. I'm gonna give this to you, why not? Then we're gonna use a tent on the overworld in order to sleep. This recovers all negative status effects, and except zombie. Heals you for 1000 HP and 100 MP. So for our current levels, this is effectively a full heal. It also revives character from being knocked out. Hey Racodactylus, thank you. And welcome to you, hope you're doing well. Slow really slows you down in this game? It does. So around here is where I would argue Final Fantasy is kind of a not particularly well balanced game in terms of how much experience and money the encounters give throughout the game. There's just stretches of the game where it's not really worth fighting anything, so we just run away from encounters, and this is the first stretch around here where the enemy is relative to how they're a little bit stronger than the ones in the ship graveyard. They don't drop anything interesting, they have a good chunk more HP, maybe some of them even have defense. Basically it's just a lot of work to try and knock any of them out if you try to do that. Also, by the way, after my first Job Fiesta run, I'm trying to go back to Emu Run. I would like to finish that game off before we do more Job Fiesta, which I guess kind of just continues the trend that I've been doing recently, where I'm alternating between playing old favorite games like Final Fantasy V and then newer games that I would like to play too. Onishiwa. Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much for subscribing for 4 months. That's really kind of you. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. We also get an ice rod here. This is a very useful tool here, significantly simplifying our upcoming encounter with a certain boss. Have fun with the Job Fiesta. Thank you. I hope you have fun in the Job Fiesta as well, whether playing or watching. Tattoo. Welcome to North Mountain. You know, I just realized this is a mountain. The other place is called a valley. Does that mean in the other place you're actually going down into a valley rather than climbing up a mountain? I always thought of the other place you climb a mountain as well, but it's called Hiryu Valley instead. Oh. Anyways. Hello, welcome to Happy Squid. I hope you're doing well today. Wasting no time. Let's getting straight back into it. Yep. I mean, I like the game. So, something a bit more relaxed, a bit less worrying about needing to go as fast as possible, where I can just sit and listen to music if I want to, is quite nice. I mean, you could argue I did waste time. I did go to sleep before I started my run, as opposed to Magus, who just went to start his run immediately. This is crazy. Don't stand on the purple flowers, otherwise your entire party gets poisoned. Although if you do have a Geomancer in your team, you can actually just not get poisoned. It's weird. Also, if you play the Pix remaster, you can walk diagonally. And you can, in fact, walk diagonally in between these flowers if you dare. Although you have to press diagonal reasonably precisely in order to achieve that without getting, you know, hit by the flowers. Helmet. This is actually a mithril helmet that you pick up from the King of Tycoon. And you actually get the mithril helmet as an available piece of equipment. Which is quite interesting to me, because the first time I played this game, I actually didn't realize I had a mithril helmet or where it even came from. It suddenly appeared in my inventory. I just didn't remember that this is like very briefly at the beginning of this cutscene, where a lot of other important things happen. You actually, well, Lena picks up a helmet, and that is that mithril helmet. But if you know, watch the cutscene briefly, so lots of other stuff happens. You need to fight an entire boss fight, and then you can check your inventory that you did in fact receive a helmet. That's just the thing. Also, I don't remember if or how much damage the ice rod does. I think it one-shots anyways, even if I immediately break it, so let's see. If you break an elemental rod in this game, it casts a level 3 spell of the given element. Ice 3 has 185 attack power, I think. To put this into perspective, right now our weapon attack is 15. McGee's only has 650 HP, so she just dies. Also, Lena is poisoned. Sorry for the mess of pixel on the screen. She's gonna get unpoisoned as soon as we get through the cutscene here. But yeah, basically, this is a big reason why Freelancer, or in general, the ability to equip literally everything, is extremely powerful. Freelancer is just a really strong class in itself, even though it has just mediocre, actually below average stats across the board. Just being able to equip everything, if you know where to get items and equipment pieces, is just really, really strong. Walking diagonally? Illegal. Maybe. Does it ignore magic defense like it does in Final Fantasy VI? No, it's using basically as if you were to cast the spell just with your class. It uses your magic attack power and calculates it with the enemy's magic defense. Notably, in the Pixel Remaster, you can actually break rods from your inventory. You don't have to equip them first. And the implication of this is that you can have a elemental rod equipped, boosting that specific elemental's power by 50%, and then subsequently break those rods on top of it. Basically, you know, we dealt about 800 damage to an enemy that is not weak to ice. She was just... well, it's just that strong of a spell. And then you can boost it by an additional 50%. And I'd like to point out, Freelancers don't have a good magic power stat. It's just that spell that is that strong. Anyways, where is the thing? I always forget. Down here? Yeah, I think it's down here. We're actually gonna take a slight detour here, heading over to the cutscene castle. If you try to go fast, you just avoid this place entirely as much as you can, because you get a few nice items out of it, and a few high potions and elixirs, effectively full heals. But it also takes a while to go through the cutscenes, but because I'm a freelancer, I can actually equip all of these items that we're gonna get, which is nice. Rod breaking does not have the multi-target penalty. Oh yeah, Pixel Remaster also doesn't have the multi-target penalty. If you break a rod in every version, it always targets all enemies. Normally, multi-targeting black magic spells like that just reduces the attack power of the spell by half if there are multiple targets. So every target takes half of the damage of the full attack. But the Pixel Remaster decides that everybody takes full damage anyways. Like, rod breaking already is really crazy strong, but for some reason they made it even stronger in the Pixel Remaster. My guess is that they just didn't know the implications of it, because they did kind of weirdly adjust a lot of things that just felt like more like the developers were doing their best to re-implement the mechanics of the game that they're not necessarily as familiar with themselves. So it's half each, which, whether it's 2 or 5 enemies, yes. All of the enemies take half the damage from the full attack. Technically speaking, they might take a lot less than half damage because of how magic defense is subtracted before the multiplier. So you might, let's say on Black Flames for example, if you single target one-shot a Black Flame with, let's say, a level 2 fire spell in the game, in Black Flame specifically, because of their magic defense and how multi-targeting spells works, if you multi-target Black Flames, which, you know, I just explained, it's half power, you actually need a lot more than just 2 level 2 fire spells if you multi-target instead in order to defeat the entire group of enemies. There are some strats you can't do in the Pixel Remaster though, like using 3 times reflect to bypass enemy and counterattacks. Yes. Again, I kind of attribute this to them just recreating the system they see and all the little quirks and odds and ends is not something that they were really focusing on when recreating the game. Makes Omega a lot trickier, yeah, I agree. You're glad that Pixel Remaster exists so people can more easily play it, but it's too different from the actual Final Fantasy V that you just don't enjoy it as much. I agree. That's exactly my sentiment as well, to be honest. It's a good version. And if you play it casually and you're not as familiar with the old versions of the game, it's a good version. But it's kind of what I would consider to be a similar case as like the Uncanny Valley effect, where it's just ever so slightly different in so many small and subtle ways that it's just really weird to play. And by the way, those changes are not necessarily bad, they're just different. Some I would call bad, but most of them are just different. Some of them are better. Early versions of the Pixel Remaster had some fascinating bugs like MP Drain killing undead units or Dance Flirt working on all units. Yes, when the Pixel Remaster came out, we did the opening race on that version. And I figured out, wait, you can flirt with X-Death at the end of World 2. So that became the core strategy to defeat the guy. We just kept flirting with X-Death. And he didn't know what to do about that. Confused red mages casting Flare on your teammates despite not knowing or being unable to cast Flare. That's weird. Ruggy. Repeating. Anyways. So I could buy new weapons here, but I honestly don't think it's necessary. We just picked up a bunch of new weapons just now. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm just gonna buy a few pieces of armor that I think are just going to more or less trivialize the upcoming encounter. We buy an iron shield, an iron... Actually, we don't need iron armor. And I guess 3 training ropes. So we will have one character with as much physical defense as possible. I guess in this case it's gonna be Butts. We have the katana in the front row. And Butts actually has a grand total of 15 defense. Now notably, I think Allura has 15 attack power. There's a bit of variance on how much attack power Galura actually attacks with, but for the most part, Butts is going to take almost no damage from Galura's attacks if he takes any damage whatsoever. And that's gonna be very helpful. We're gonna give Ferris the whip. The whip is a decently strong weapon at this point in the game, like very, very good, and deals full damage from the back row. And also has a 50% chance, I think it is, to paralyze an enemy. Or I think actually it's specifically paralyze a beast, not any enemy. Well, I'm not actually sure whether that's how it works in this version. I think it's supposed to be paralyzing beasts. Then we also have the Giaman spell. This might be like the one time in the game where this kind of bell is actually good. Because these spells, normally the main downside of them is they just have really pitiful attack power. Like 24 attack is good right now, but after the next dungeon it's gonna be way behind the power curve. Despite that, they actually take full advantage of your magic power and agility stat for dealing damage. And at this point in the game, that's actually really good. Then you get the leather helmet and everything. And Galuf, I guess you get the flail. So we have 3 characters being able to deal decent damage from the back row, except for Galuf, I guess. The flail is just not that great, but it's fine. You're just glad they took the time to go back and patch most of the worst bugs in the Pixar Mask? Yes, I agree. They took their time when they released the Secret of Mana remake for that. It was nice to see that they were a little bit faster for the Pixar remaster. To be fair, you can patch games now. In the past, you'd end up with a stat not working properly and lived with it. Yeah, that's correct. But it also kind of means that patching your game is kind of the expectations at this point. For better or for worse, you can patch things that are just genuinely like game-breaking bugs and not in good ways. But it's also the other way around, where some developers feel like, oh, we can just release the game and patch it later, it's fine. Just get the money now from the people being excited about the new product, and then fix it later. I think that's gotten slightly better over the recent few years, but I think it's still an ongoing problem. The basement of this castle has some really strong enemies that we have no real way of dealing with, so we're just gonna ignore that part. Yeah, I mean, for a long time I didn't even realize that there's different versions of Super Nintendo or Nintendo 64 games, depending on how early you bought the game. I just had no idea. Alrighty, welcome to the water tower. Population, lots of wyverns and other stuff. There's actually one particular enemy that I'm interested in fighting, which are the Ricard mages, which I think are on the next floor. It's a common encounter. Because these guys, not these guys, the Ricard mages could potentially have a rare drop chance for a fire rod. You know how we broke the ice rod earlier? There's a fire equivalent that the enemies can rarely drop in here. Well, I'm not gonna grind it out because we don't need it for the next boss here. But I would like to get like one encounter of these for just to see if I can get lucky. That's not these guys. The thing is that we kind of forget the state of games in the past because we learned to live through the jank. Discussion about buggeries is actually a minefield that should be approached with care. Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. I mean, it's very true, isn't it? When you just kind of had your game suddenly not work the way it probably should, that was just part of the game at the time, and you either exploited whatever might have happened, or you try to circumvent and avoid it at the time too, right? Like, I distinctly remember various locations and places in Mario 64. I guess I'm on the wrong floor for the Ricard mages. Anyways, various locations and places in Mario 64. I knew to start avoiding trying to jump from there because I seemed to bump into something, some invisible walls or so. Was it this floor? It might be this floor that I was thinking of. There we go, this is exactly the encounter I was looking for. Boom. Also, by the way, bells have a really high variance, a lot like the flails. So there's that. Also, katanas, one of the few weapons in the game that can actually critically hit. Actually, it's the only weapon type that consistently can critical hit with all of the weapons. Also, apparently this does not work just against beasts. Paralyze just works against any enemy. We gained some extra levels. Oh, nice. Another weird thing about the whip that might not be immediately apparent is apparently you cannot miss flying enemies with it. Same with the bows, like you guaranteed hit. Which I actually didn't know about bows either for a long time, because when you use a bow you usually use a ranger and you have the aim command. Because most of the bows have like a 70% chance to hit. You just always use the aim command anyways to guarantee your hit instead, because it loses hardly any in-game time. Anyways, we get a silver ring here. That is 1 extra defense for Butts, so if he was able to take any amount of damage before, now he takes, I think, half of the time he ever gets physically hit, and the other half is just like negligible amounts. Hello! Welcome back, Forlorn Kaiser. Good luck, thank you. You're doing a Job Fiesta. The very first job was a white mage. Carbos took forever to bone. Yes. Yes, it does. The nice thing is, once you're past the early game of the white mage, because that's kind of where it starts to shine. Also, Galura can be paralyzed, and it's not flagged as heavy in the code. But we just hope that we get the paralysis before we deal 400 damage. Because once we deal 400 damage to this guy, he's gonna counterattack twice. He does not like Galuf. Come on, Ferris. Nice. Alrighty. And with this, Galura is not gonna be able to do anything for about 2 turns. So Ferris is gonna get an additional 2 attacks, in which I think she can refresh the paralysis duration. Actually, no, she cannot. But effectively we can just attack Galura without being able to attack or retaliate for that matter. This is basically the crazy power of the whip. So here, what I want to do is I just want to get another paralysis. Which, by the way, the paralysis can be resisted. Maybe it was still paralyzed and I just didn't know. Okay, there's the counterattack. As you could see, but just didn't take any damage whatsoever. Defending with everybody, just waiting for Ferris to paralyze. Come on. Didn't work. He can counterattack twice. The second one is the one where he can use the rush attack to inflict the HP leak status, which is kind of the most dangerous thing here. Oh, he was that low on HP. Never mind, we just win. Man, imagine this fight with no way to paralyze, no way to deal lots of damage, and no way to deal full damage from the back row, and no way to heal except for regular potions. That would be horrible. Maybe. But the prize you get out of it is not too bad. Hey JP Erics, welcome. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the good luck. You're forgetting something, or are these weapons kind of odd to have in the early game? I mean, these are definitely weapons that you don't normally have or get to use in the early game if you use any jobs whatsoever, because you specifically need to have the freelancer to be able to equip any of these. Alrighty, we're gonna get a new job here, and we're gonna ask Gilgabot as to which job is gonna be for our water crystal. Okay, is it gonna be something that we can use, or are we just gonna be stuck with stuff that we can't? Let's take a gander. Open the Job Fiesta page, unlock the water job, and we get... Okay. That's fun. Alright everybody, we're gonna stay freelancer for a little while longer. Because our second job is... Where's my thingy? There it is. Our second job is freelancer. We actually just get to actually play freelancer straight up. It's kind of rare. It's actually weird because this is mildly inconvenient. Because one of the biggest deals about the dancer is being able to equip ribbons. But now we have a freelancer that can literally equip everything anyways. I mean, freelancers are a really good job class to have. again, the ability to equip everything is a crazy amount of tools and utility. It's really good. Mime, Bard. Nope. Not quite. Goodbye, Sildra. Early ribbon wearer after Karnak, indeed. Oh. Until next time, Sildra. I mean, it's not the first time that I've been continuing to use Freelancer at this point in the game. But it is a little bit strange. Let's see, we can easily breeze through the next part, although I will want to get a bunch of extra money. So I think we're just gonna take a comfy grinding break at the Karnak Wolves. The game kind of implies Sildra dies here, but you never understood why or how. I think the basic idea between Sildra dying here is because it was gravely wounded when it was like dragged into the whirlpool that... I don't know if Carbos actually caused the whirlpool or whether that was just a result of the whirlpool happening over there. Anyways, Sildra effectively used its entire body and power to push your boat out into the sea, out from the whirlpool, and presumably got, you know, caught up in it. Yeah, I imagine it's a lot like getting caught in a tornado for Sildra to get caught in a whirlpool like that, and that can have rather severe consequences. And here it just barely managed to save us from the water tower collapsing, and then it went over to take a final nap. Yeah. Again, I don't know if the implication is that Carbos caused the wounds or what exactly it is. I kind of see it more as the whirlpool happens for one reason or another, and the big red lobster just emerges from the waters because of it. Kind of like, you know, you pick up Crayclaw on the way when you lift the airship out of the water. So these things have 96 HP, and I think most of our weapons have a decent chance of knocking them out in one hit, except for the bell and the flail. I hit the wrong guy with Gallop. It's okay. The katana should also guarantee one-shotting these guys. Also notably, Ferris can actually attack into the back row with her whip for full damage anyways. Well, so can Galuf and Lena. Not getting good damage rolls on these guys. That guy's still alive. We actually want to finish it off instead of hitting the other guy, because wolves have an attack that deals revenge damage, basically damage equivalent to their currently missing HP, which would be rather unhealthy. Also, I suppose this kind of removed the risk of me getting what's the word? Getting Freelancer here removes the risk of me getting only thieves or white mages for Biblos, which is really the only thing I'm honestly worried about. Everything else is just fine. Come on, Gala, finish it off. Nice, good job. We need a better weapon than the flail, but we can also just buy them coming up, so we will do exactly that. And I think my first purchase here with like a super discount is gonna be a mithril armor. Because extra physical defense means that I won't have to worry about the wolves actually dealing any damage to me. I can just have characters in the front row taking minimal damage anyways, and we're good to go. Welcome to Waiting in the Prison. So apparently there's just a Game Boy Advance version where you can sit in the menu and the timer for the cutscene advances. In this version you just need to wait outside of the menu. Also, I guess in the Pixel Remaster there's literally no waiting at all. You just go and interact with the prison bars here or whatever else you can in other vicinities in order to advance the cutscenes. Hi Sid, thank you for blowing up the wall. I think that's fine. Hello and welcome. Also, you can interact with the fire. Whee! Well. It doesn't do anything, aside from funny faces. Like this. The interaction is slightly different if you interact with the fire from below, compared to from the side. I can imagine Buzz just stumbles from one place to another, just seeing all the fire and being terrified about it. Because why does the entire castle have so many little fires and flames, and why are all the people okay with that? You like how they don't seem to care that Sid came out of the wrong cell, they opened the one Sid wasn't assigned to? Yeah, I mean, maybe the person that put the Sid into the cell was not the same one that got him out of there. So that's kind of how it works in my mind. So they just knew Sid was in the prison and they just looked wherever Sid happened to be inside the cell. Alrighty, first of all we need 2 new weapons. And we buy 2 mithril daggers for that purpose, because mithril daggers are just really good. Kinda like earlier with the broadswords and the regular daggers. They are not much worse than, in terms of attack power, than the swords. And very consistent. On top of that, if an enemy has any evasion, daggers cut the enemy evasion in half, which is just extremely handy to have. Selling the ethers. I'm not going to use spell anymore. Well, I guess I could use it against Sandworm. No, I can buy whips by then. Never mind, we don't do that. Anyways, everybody should have a mithril shield, because having a 25% chance to just block physical damage is great. I'm gonna buy 3 plumed hats, because plumed hats are better magic defense and also a lot cheaper than mithril helmets. And I would like to buy mythical armors, but I'm also out of money, so we're not gonna buy a whole lot more. So, we're gonna equip everybody with stuff. And that's pretty good overall, I would say. Alrighty, now we go and grind for a little while against the wolves, gain extra levels, gain extra money. The wolves are notably a ton of money for each individual encounters, while not being particularly dangerous, and the guaranteed encounter inside these forests around here. So it's just a very easy to grind out encounter. I don't know if Lena has enough attack power right now to one-shot these things reliably. I think that's a rule. I think she has a 50-50 chance to one-shot them or not. She can roll 92, 94, 96... Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Oh. Wait, the whip is not 100% accurate? Maybe I want another dagger then. Because I don't really care about being in the back row right now. I just like the consistency of one-shotting one wolf with one attack each time. So one more dagger it is. Probably 90% accuracy I would guess, but I did not remember that part. You mean the fire crystal is correct? Oh yeah, I guess that's kind of canonically what is going on. The fire crystal is cracking and spewing out fire everywhere. Yeah, there's a 92 there. I think in just like a few levels, Lena should be guaranteed to one-shot these. Also, Gallifrey is not guaranteed to one-shot them either. Fairies may or may not be. This is maybe one of the few cases where the little bit of extra attack power from the Mithril Sword actually would make a difference to guarantee a one-shot on the wolves. But again, we really don't need to have that many more encounters until we get the one-shots guaranteed. Also, Butts is gonna deal half damage because I targeted the wrong guy. There's 94 damage with the revenge attack. If it hit Lena, it would have probably knocked her out. You can actually resist that revenge attack. It is blue magic, and it's not a guaranteed chance to hit. Chance to hit is modified by level difference as well as magic evasion, which we don't really have much magic evasion, if any, on our characters. Oops, I meant to target the Broughton guy, but left and down does not target that guy apparently. Ooh. Calaf did not finish that one up. We got a preemptive strike, so I guess it's fine. The main thing you want to pay attention to is you probably want to be like not level 15 after this grind. Actually, I guess 15 is fine. Just make sure you get to 16 before the library. Ay, ay, ay. Terrible damage rolls. It's not Butts' fault that it didn't finish off that wolf. But technically it's Gala's fault for not finishing off the other one. By the way, you can speed up this grinding here for levels by quite a lot if you were to buy fire rods or lightning rods or ice rods, which you can buy here, and just break them on the walls. However, it is a slight net negative on terms of how much money you have. So that's why I'm choosing to use Brazil attacks instead of just breaking rods here. Effectively, I'm mostly grinding out money so I have enough to buy a bunch of rods. Let's see. I will want to buy 2 for liquid flame. Let's say we want to buy 3, 4 for the escape, so 6. Then 2 ice rods for... my goodness. Two ice rods for Ifrit, 2 fire rods for Biblos, and then we're already at black flames. So how many is that? 2, 2, 6, 10. So 7,500 gold is what we would want for that total. But we also get some money along the way inside the escape sequence. So we'll probably be fine. Okay, you just wait to see. Okay. Alright, what level are we? 9 and 10? Ah, let's go to 11. 11 seems like a good number. And then we're probably ready to move on. Back attacks. For back attacks, I'm just gonna run away. Super Nintendo version, notably, you have to get a turn with your characters before you can ever run away in combat. In every other version, after the initial attacks from the enemies, you always have a chance to run away even if you haven't gotten a turn yet. Hello, welcome to Luxon. Thank you for the good luck. Ooh, that does less damage now. Yeah, that's a thing that can happen. Galuf does more damage. So basically, both Lena and Galuf... Actually, Lena didn't get the attack power boost yet from the strength, but she lost the attack boost from the agility, because you either get it at certain levels or you don't. Galuf will probably lose that attack boost the next level, but he already has the strength boost because he has slightly more strength. So yeah, it is possible in this game to level up and deal less damage compared to your previous levels if you're using daggers for weird reasons. Ooh, Ferris did not finish off her wolf either. Question, if you choose natural jobs on the Final Fantasy Fiesta side, does that mean you can't get stuck with the job the whole game? Yes, natural means that Butts gets a wind crystal job, or the first one. Lena gets the second job you unlock. Ferris gets the third one, and Gallup gets the last one. And you're just kinda stuck with those. I should have actually attacked the other guy. That's fine. And we gained some levels. I think that's level 11, yeah. Just one more on everybody else and we can move on. You were really hoping to not be stuck with Monk? Now you're in for the challenge. Well, I wish you good luck. Being stuck with Monk is quite a challenge. It does have its advantages here and there. But yes, natural means you cannot mix and match jobs. Mix and match jobs. There we go, level 11. That's a good level. Notably avoids the library level 5 doom shenanigans. And let's go ahead and buy elemental rods. We want 2 ice rods for liquid flame, 2 ice rods for Ifrit, 2 fire rods for the thing and the stuff. What's it called? Biblos. And then a bunch of extra fire rods for the escape sequence. 5 is a fine number. Maybe a little bit on the short side, but we can actually use more than that and just go ahead and buy more after we get out of here. I think that's alright. Yo, congratulations, rolling a job you can actually use. Thank you. It's a good one technically. It's also quite unusual for me to have a freelancer. I think I've rolled that once before. Might have been last year even. Until recently I actually never rolled freelancer to my knowledge. Can't wait for you to get a good team just in a terrible order. I mean, we already avoided the worst order, I would argue. Because if I got a Thief or White Mage without a usable job, without any other usable job by Fire Crystal, that would have been terrible. But here we have freelancers, so we're good. I guess on this one here, I'm just gonna take my time and grab all the chests on the side, because why not? Might as well. Once again, kind of like before. The enemies in here are not really worth fighting in terms of how strong they are relative to how much experience they get. You're better off just running around in the forest against the Karnak, or even on the fields outside for a while longer instead, if you need levels over money. Alright, yeah, order of operations, we're just gonna grab the Thief's Glove. We can in fact equip that thing. It does give a bit of defense and 1 agility, so that's kinda nice, even though we can't use its intrinsic ability of actually... you know, stealing at a better rate. Although it actually will help stealing stuff in the later stages of the game with a Thief's Knife equipped, funnily enough. Well, it would if it wasn't just strictly better to use the Hermes sandals instead. Well, actually it isn't, because we also are going to be able to use the Muramasa to cast haste. Well, it's actually nice. Then we also go out of our way to pick up the Green Beret, plus 1 agility, plus 1 strength. Nothing too crazy, but extra agility on freelancers that are not particularly fast is kind of nice. And I tend to pile the same advantages onto just one character, so I'm just gonna give the 1 agility from the glove to Ferris, the 1 agility from the Green Beret to Ferris. That way she has maybe just enough speed to outpace some things. 29 speed. 30 is kind of the benchmark that a lot of enemies have. So I think we're just a little bit too slow for that stuff. Hey Dark Coders, thank you and welcome. Hope you're doing well today. Tent, just to heal up to full without having to use up all the potions. Apparently also you cannot get encounters when you're stepping next to these switches, which I actually was not aware of. I learned that yesterday thanks to this. Alrighty, welcome to the Queen of Karnak, transforming into the liquid flame monster. Liquid Flame has 3000 HP and its base form likes to use flame, which deals 25% of our maximum health and damage. It is also weak to ice, so if you equip an ice rod and break it, we deal almost 2000 damage. It will counterattack with flame, but that's alright, because we can actually immediately use another ice rod. If it turned into the hand form is immune to ice, so you need to actually hit it with something else for the next transformation, but the tornado form is still weak to ice, so break the rod and move on. Very easy. Plus, tornado form I think is the one we actually want to defeat the thing in, because we actually get a usable weapon out of it. The fire bow. I guess usable might not be quite the right word. It is decently strong for this point of the game, dealing fire elemental damage. But it also has a 30% chance to miss, so it's not greatly reliable, is it? But it might still be the correct weapon to use, I guess. Anyways, this is kind of like the ideal transformation. It's a 50-50 chance whether it transforms into tornado form or hand form. And I have to admit, so far, most of the time, I still got just the tornado form instead. The hand form instead, so it's kind of unusual to actually get the other one for once. So, yeah, this thing has 39 attack power, that's pretty good. Gonna give this to Ferris because why not? And everybody else, actually, you know what? You stay in the front row with the katana. You guys, you can have a whip, that's fine. It's 50-50? You thought there was always a sequence of human, tornado, hand, repeat. No, it's random actually, which one you get. So you just happen to get the same sequence every time. Unless the Pixel Remaster changed it, and it's actually a sequential thing there. But yeah, Freelancer has it easy. If you can have any job class, Black Mage, Red Mage, Time Mage, that can equip rods, or Blue Mage even, you have an easy time with dealing with Liquid Flame if you are willing to break rods for it. Some people like to challenge themselves to not use the or break the rods, which, you know, I like to do occasionally, but, you know, the ability of the Freelancer to equip literally everything is kind of its entire deal, so it feels more correct to actually use the tools we have available rather than trying not to. You've played both the Pixel Remaster and the GBA version. You've never seen anything besides that sequence. That's a fun coincidence then. You got your 5th job. You have White Mage, Summoner, Ninja, Dancer, and Bard as a 5th job. Which one do you drop? Huh. White Mage, Summoner, Ninja, and Dancer. There's only one of those 4 classes that is significantly less powerful than the others. But it also might be the most fun one to use potentially. Like if you want to go for strictly power, you drop the Dancer, because the Dancer, you know, it's fine. But you have basically everything covered with Summoner alone. White Mage is insanely good for late game support. Ninja is just probably the best class in the game by itself in terms of raw offense. And Dancer, you know, you can get fun stoke dances out of it if you'd like to. I don't know which one I would drop personally, but Dancer is the obvious choice if you want to just strictly go for an extra powerful team. The realistic thing is that you can drop any of your classes and the others are still going to carry the rest of your team anyways. Like, you do not have a bad choice is what I'm trying to say. Alrighty, I think we're gonna grab the extra chests with elixirs around here. Might as well. There is already starting to miss. I also should have attacked the guy in the back row, but that's a different problem. Paralyzed? Yeah. Okay, this guy can confuse us in his first turn if it feels like it. Oh wait, Galuf doesn't have a reach weapon equipped. Oops. I guess this is like the one time where I should still have the bell here, because the bell will still be useful. Anyways, this chest contains an elixir, very handy. And then we actually want to go and grab this chest here. This is also guarded by a bunch of enemies. And it's just these guys, so that's fine. Nice, thank you for not missing. And notably, this chest contains a ribbon. Fair's getting charmed. Or inconvenient. Oh. This might actually do this trick. It does. Alright, very good. Alrighty, ribbon. Insanely, incredibly, immensely powerful headgear equipment. Tons of status effect resistances and immunities, +5 to all your stats, and also huge defense bonuses. And if you have a free dancer, you can equip it. If you have a dancer, you can equip it. It's great. There's a shuriken or so on the right side in the chest, but I'm not too terribly worried. If I get a ninja, we have enough power anyway, so I'm not worrying about needing that power. Oh. You can miss these guys? Didn't realize that. Wow, what's missing twice? That's fun. Shit. But this guy's gonna run away because now these dogs are done. Run away. Excuse me. We're gonna take a slight detour to the right side first, because Galaf does not have a good weapon right now, and this is where we're gonna get a good weapon out of it. Thank you. Alrighty, welcome to this box. It contains usually this encounter. I'm going to have Ferris attack. You attack. We're gonna have Galaf break a rod here. This guy can counterattack with arrow whenever he feels like it, 2 out of 3 times. Oh, nice crit, that's really good. Paralyze him? I should probably give the whip to Ferris so we paralyze him before, or have a chance to paralyze him before anything else. Anyways, Galaf is just gonna break the fire rod here. This is why I bought extras. Because these Gygas enemies are decently strong. And we get the Guardian Dagger. This is a really nice weapon, having a 25% chance to block physical attacks anytime. You are, well, would get hit physically anyways. Anyways, let's give you the bow instead. Oh, I need to remove the shield first. That's fine. Then I guess we could battle more things in here to get elixirs, but I'm gonna prioritize other things. Hey, you actually didn't miss for once. How nice. Ferris, on the other hand, I guess it doesn't matter. Galaf finishes it off. Skip. It's actually kinda rare to get more than one random encounter running through the castle in this version. If you play the pixel mods, you get like 4 or 5. Because they don't adjust encounter rate, it's still just the same encounter rate everywhere. Every other version has a dramatically reduced encounter rate in here. Alrighty, here we have another box of... Oh, only the mountain guy this time. Alright, we don't need to break a rod for this. The main reason I break the rod for the other ones is because the sorcerer with his paralysis shenanigans can really mess you up. Confusion shenanigans. Also, I think this guy might be considered flying, so I think We cannot miss with the bow on him. Oh, good night, Galef. You know what? I'm actually gonna revive him before we finish this thing off. Because I'm fine with everybody having about the same experience instead of piling it onto one side or another. And there we go, we get a fantastic accessory, the Elf Cape, giving us an additional 25% chance to dodge any physical attack. So, excuse me, 33% chance to dodge any physical attack. And those were the two most important chests. We could try to pick up a few more. We could break rods in exchange for elixirs, I guess. The enemies do give experience from the chest encounters for what it's worth. So, yeah, that... If we knock out the sorcerer, the wolves are just gonna run away. So I think this is fine. There we go, now you just wait. One elixir. Probably can get all of them if I want. Another one of these. Why is Butts... Oh, he has the ribbon. That's why he's faster than Ferris. Right, I gave him the ribbon because of the extra defense. By the way, paralyzed enemies cannot dodge your attack, so even if you normally have a chance to miss, we are not going to because he's paralyzed now. Which is very, very nice. Of course, he also can't counterattack. There's another elixir here. Speaking of jobs, you got another white mage start like your first run 3 years ago. This time you know what you're doing, but also ended up rolling a red mage for your water job, so you'll have to use white mage to carry me until your third job opens. I mean, red mage is really strong in the early stages of the game. It kind of falls off pretty hard starting in World 2, but before that, it's very competent. And even later on, it's a decent support. Not as overwhelmingly powerful as a white mage. And you happen to have a white mage already anyways. So I suppose it's not that great for it. But the ability to equip staves and rods is actually quite nice. You can use it to break at least elemental rods to carry you quite a bit, I would say. Ooh, nice crit. Nice paralysis, and that should pretty much solve the encounter here. So we can get one more elixir, but I think I need to break a rod for it, otherwise we're gonna get sketchy on time. I guess we don't have to, but... You know what? I don't have to risk a game over here. So we got most of the chests in here. There's one more chest that contains the Asuna spell from the white mage on the left side here. There's a ninja throwing item on the right side. None of them are particularly important for me to get right now. Alright, equip the... where is it? Katana. Knock out 2 wolves as usual. And have reach attack characters just attack the sergeant himself. Oh, he's paralyzed, so we're not even going to miss him anymore. Oh, nice. Plus, I think he is not flagged as heavy in the code, so I'm pretty sure he can't do anything for the foreseeable future. How convenient. Could even run back inside and grab the Asuna spell still, if I wanted to. Because we could get white mage here. Then again, there's not really any use for it before we can just buy the spell instead. So I'm good to go. Alrighty everybody, and with this, we explode the castle, we explode the crystal, and we get the next set of jobs. So, what do you think is it gonna be? We have Dancer and Freelancer so far. It could be anything, literally, because this is a meteor run where we can get literally anything, except for duplicates. Like, that's the one thing we cannot get, I think. Forlorn Kaiser says, Bard, mine just to be cruel, Cannoneer just because. Unfortunately, we can't get advanced jobs, because this is the Super Nintendo version. And I didn't apply a patch to it, so also I didn't select advanced jobs being available here. So, let's unlock the fire job. What are we gonna get? That's pretty decent, I would say. Alright. Our next job, available at this point in the game, is going to be... Knight. Knight, notably, is heavy armor and also a variety of swords that they can equip. And it's decently strong on its own, all things considered. I'm not complaining about that. So I'm actually gonna just turn 3 characters into knights and only leave 1 character as a freelancer because we want to start learning the knight's abilities sooner rather than later. This also means Ferris as a lone freelancer just gets all the good equipment heaped onto her at this point because of it. So she just gets absolutely everything. And I still could turn 3 characters total into a freelancer. For Job Fiesta rules just indicate that I need to have at least 1 knight and 1 freelancer in the team at any given point now, because those are the 2 jobs that we have access to. And the other 2 I can just freely decide which ones they're going to be. And we start with getting ability points on the knight, so... Again, knights are pretty competent. Like, it's a very straightforward job, but the ability to just bonk things really hard once you unlock the double grip ability and have swords to actually take advantage of bonking things really hard is really, really good. Right, gonna buy some more potions. Then we move on. Yeah, double grip is just a really nice ability. Also, if we master the knight job class, the freelancer is gonna get all of those stats from the knight, which is high HP as well as high basic physical attack power. So that's nice. The unfortunate part is now that we got the freelancer and the knight kinda late, we're a bit too late to make a brave blade run out of this. Generally, if I get a knight first, I do like 1 brave blade run per year or so. But we already ran away from a lot of encounters, so it's not the most enticing to start going for that now. We save before walking over the desert because there's a bunch of chimeras in there that just are faster than we are, because the knight is also not a particularly fast job class. But yeah. Anyways, knight would have a bit more trouble dealing with Biblos as well as Ifrit, so we would need to go level up a bunch. But once again, the power of freelancer is tremendous. Being able to just break rods and equip literally everything is very convenient. Equip shields is a really strong ability as well. Yes, that's a good point actually. Admittedly, I never really think of equip shields as an ability, but a lot of job classes, like let's say any mage, summoner, black mage or anything like that, equip shields is just fantastic to have, because shields in this game are very, very strong. Also, as before, it's not really much of a value in fighting things, especially not in the library, unless you play the Pixel Remaster. Every single enemy in the library is weak to fire because they, you know, spring forth from a book, and they can burn books apparently. But in the other versions, you actually only get experience and money from the very last encounter in a chain. And every time you defeat one enemy here, also we are not level 10 or 15, so level 15 does not kill us. Every time we defeat an enemy here, they will transform into one other enemy of the page variety. There's our page 32, 64, 128 and 256, each one with a slightly different moveset and different powers. And the worst encounter you can get in here is like, you start at page 32, then goes up to 64, 128, 256 and then back down 128, 64 and 32. 32 being the weakest one. And you just get experience and money from the very weakest encounter in a long chain of enemies. It is just unfortunate. Again, one of the good things about the Pixel Master, they changed that interaction. Alrighty, and our next encounter here is going to be the big fiery Ifrit. This guy has 3000 HP and likes to cast a bunch of spells. Unfortunately, we do not have enough HP to survive a Fire 2 on Ferris specifically. I think the Knights actually have just enough HP, so that's just unfortunate that he chose to knock her out. Anyways, we need to revive her and immediately try to heal her up before Ifrit knocks her out with the flame attack, which deals 25% of our entire party's maximum HP damage, and you revive with exactly 25% HP in this game from Phoenix Downs, so this would have just straight up knocked her back out. But as it stands, Freelancer power. We deal about 2000 damage, he has about 1000 HP remaining. And I think we just heal Ferris one more time. And we could try to finish him off with Visual attacks, like 100 at a time-ish whenever we hit, actually more with Galef it seems. He's not bad. It's doable. But it's also like, well, I accounted or bought these ice rods specifically for this purpose, so I'm not gonna use it. What I could consider doing is I could move everybody into the front row instead of the back row. Because the only time I'm going to get hit by enemies is if I get into a back attack, which flips front and back row stuff. So if I want to take less damage, I want to have everybody in the front row, so they are in the back row when we get back attacked. So the enemies deal half the damage. Well, with physical attacks anyways. Also, Stealth Robe. This thing has +1 agility and the same defense as a Mithril armor. So I think with this everybody has a Mithril armor equivalent now. By the way, this is a forced encounter interacting with this book here, but you can still just run away from it and move on after. Alrighty. I'm in the front row with everybody. I actually kind of want to be in the back row here with at least Ferris, because this guy is a big meanie. He has 3600 HP and is weak to fire. Basically, breaking the fire rod twice will just do the trick here. And he does not knock out fairies, so his fate is sealed. It's always nice when you have an efficient way of dealing with Biblos, because this guy can be a huge roadblock to a variety of classes if you don't have access to fire element or otherwise strong attacks. But hey, here it is basically just no problem. We will make the Breakblade useless, yes. I didn't get the Knights at the beginning of the game, so I already ran away from a lot of character class or things by then. Oh, that reminds me, I didn't actually update my job thing in the right side. We did get a 93rd. Arguably the chick knife is better anyways, because it has a higher damage ceiling than the Brave Blade on average. And you don't have to actually fight everything. And you know, saves you a lot of time. But even just raw combat wise, if you can circumvent the 25% chance to run away on the chicken knife, it is really, really strong. Plus, you can equip a shield while using the chicken knife, whereas you kind of feel like you're pretty much forced to double grip the Brave Blade for the maximum power. Maybe that's just me though. Alrighty, and walking back. Also, we can dance chicken. True. Dance chicken is actually one of the good ways of using that weapon too. We can dance chicken on a freelancer with high efficiency. Normally, one of the limiting factors of using dance with a chicken knife is you need to have a way to either haste your character so you can equip the red shoes, have to, well, be a dancer specifically, or equip ribbons to equip the rainbow dress. But if you equip ribbons, you can't get the dance command, because those are kind of mutually exclusive on other characters that are not dancers. Or you need to have a magely character, kind of like the red mage or blue mage, that can already equip the Lamia's tiara naturally for the dance to be particularly effective. But freelance actually kind of solves all of these by being able to equip everything. So rainbow dress, ribbon, dance in the front row of a chicken knife and a shield. It's actually a really strong combo we have here. Like, that's really good. Not necessarily the most reliable, but really, really good. I guess in this case what we want to do is we want to master knight on the freelancer that is going to use that combination. That way we get the extra strength and HP in the front row on the freelancer too. think that seems like a reasonable goal. Have one character just stay knight more or less the entire way through. Also, I suppose a equipped shield on the dancer is gonna be very nice too. Because it's not like the dancer would be able to use much else from the knight. I guess you could equip swords on the dancer, because that's arguably a much stronger set of weapons you have access to there. Equip swords or equip shield on the dancer. Blast cannon or extra safety. Alright, we're gonna sell a bunch of things. Also, I'm going to buy 2 extra whips here before I do anything else. So we have those for Sandworm. Then we sell things we don't have any use for right now. We could use the healing stuff. I suppose that would have been better than throwing potions earlier. Maybe I remember that we have this. Flail. Leather shoes. Also, I will be able to get a darkness bow, I guess, if I go for it. That's nice. Because I just realized Ferris also should get the elf cape instead of the thief's glove. Well, maybe the thief's glove is just fine in the back row there. And we give the elf cape to somebody else instead. Lena's a fine choice. Right, and with the rest of the money we just go and buy fire rods, as many as we can. Because we'll be using a bunch of these to do a very comfy leveling and grinding session for money and experience. Because now we have access to the Great Black Flame location. Alrighty. Ship time. It's not really much of a reason to fight sea encounters. Once again, most of them don't really drop anything particularly interesting or useful. So we just leave and drop off the ship, sink it into the ocean. Oh, I can actually... Something I didn't even consider. We can use a death sickle as well. That would basically solve the crystals at the middle of World 2, I suppose. Yeah, that seems pretty good. I was actually kind of wondering what my solution to those was going to be. But Freelancer just provides a solution. Able to equip one of the best weapons of the early game. So, what's on my list of things to buy, I wonder? Or get? Because it's kind of weird being able to equip literally everything. There's so many potentially good things that I don't traditionally think about when I don't get a specific job class. But that's definitely one of them that I will want to get. One death sickle. Anyways, you know, yesterday we did a bunch of grinding on these guys here. With the Geomancer, that was quite alright. But being guaranteed to just one-shot the entire group of enemies with a singular use of a rod, and on top of that, unless we get into the back attack, we will never take any damage from it. And while we do invest 750 gold each time we do this, well, each encounter gives us a grand total of 870 gold, so we actually gain money while doing this as well. It is just an ideal place to gain a bunch of levels. Especially if you're just kind of squeaking by at a relatively low level like we did. Level 11 is reasonably early to get to this point. It's just so much experience and money relatively easy. Very nice. You can also consider knocking out one or two characters here, in order to focus the experience on the other two if you'd like to. I'm not gonna do this in this case because I feel like we can actually use the ability points on all of the characters for equip shields from the knight for one of the other job classes, and one of the knights I wanna max out. And then if we get lucky we can use double grip on the third one. Depending on which class it's gonna be, whether that actually can wield weapons that can be double gripped. Found an unlimited money glitch. It's not a glitch. But yes, technically unlimited money if you're willing to invest the time. Do you gain equip shield before you gain equip sword? I wonder, from the knight. I guess equip sword is the last ability, isn't it? And I think equip shield is like the second to last. Oh yeah, knights also gain the ability to equip armor, or like equip heavy armor. But unfortunately most of the heavy armor is not even that good. So there's pretty much no reason to use that one. Happy Fiesta, Matt the Geek. The rot breaks will continue until the moral improves. I mean, it seems reasonable to me. There's a consideration where we may want to get the Earth job sooner rather than later, just in case we want to gain ability points for that Earth job. But Dancer doesn't really need much ability points, like Dance is a relatively early unlock if I'm not mistaken, which is the main thing we would want to get from that one. And we actually need a lot of ability points on the Knights specifically, so sticking around here with specifically having 3 characters that learn really useful stuff is probably a worthwhile trade. Are you not allowed to have fairies as a knight, or can you not knights not break rods? Both of them actually. My job classes that I've unlocked so far are Dancer, which we don't have access to until the Earth Crystal, Freelancer, which I have to have at least one in my team, and Knight, which also I have to have at least one in my team. Basically, any class that I have unlocked and access to, I need to have at least one of them in my team at any given point. The other characters can be whichever other jobs, or well, whichever jobs I want them to be of the ones I do have access to. So I actually have to have one Freelancer in my team, and also Knights can in fact not break elemental rods, because you need to be able to equip them in order to break them. Right, and we're just going to continue. By the way, I think Thunder Rods have a slightly more efficient animation where it's like slightly faster. But I like the sound effect of the flame rods a lot more, so I'm just gonna buy those instead. Whoa. It's a bit of a walk to get here, but or a fly. Well, that's alright. You know that one of the meaning of Furry's name is Knight? No, I had no idea actually. In what language does salsa mean knight? That's a different... That's a different kind of name to use salsa there. Very tasty though. And we gained a bunch of levels. Farius is a masculine given name and surname of Arabic origin that translates to knight or horseman. Interesting. I don't think I knew that. How do you pronounce that version of Faris or Ferris? Also, we just learned double grip, so all the knights are gonna be able to deal a good chunk of damage. Very close to how you said it in English, so Ferris. We managed to reach level 19 very quickly here. I wonder what a good level is to reach at this point. Because for the most part I don't really foresee many big troubles in the future for this team. Like, Dancer is likely not going to play a particularly big role in World 2. As much as gonna be there, probably in the back row, throwing potions and stuff. How much HP do the knights have at this point? Almost 700. It's plenty for Titan. Although I don't think there's a particularly good place to grind later down the road. So we might actually just want to stick this out here for that reason alone. Plus, again, this is actually really good ability points too for a bunch of knight characters that would like to learn all sorts of useful knight abilities. So we could go for one more round of Rod Breaking. Then we might move on after that. Actually, it's gonna be at most one more round of Rod Breaking. I don't feel like I wanna stick around for that much longer otherwise. Alrighty. One more set, and then we go. I could also go and buy coral swords if I want to. I guess I would want to have those anyways. Yeah, honestly, coral sword sounds like a good idea right now. Then we can double grip on all of the knights. Let's go and do that. Bit of a detour. Triple twin lizard battle. That's an unusual one. They have a good physical defense. I'm just gonna break another rod here. Oh wow, that was not enough to knock them out apparently. Yep, they definitely have good physical defense. Triple twin lizard. What is that, a 6 lizard? Evidently. Yeah, katana then. They would be weak to ice, but I don't have ice rods to break here, so we'll bonk, I guess. Also, let's actually heal up our characters a little bit. Could also be by a mage master. Suppose that makes sense. Getting one mage master for a chance to make the Gilgamesh bridge battle much easier. So one mage master. Huh. Right, I just used up all my money to buy rods. I didn't actually use them yet. Whoops. Yeah. I'll come back later. Derp. I didn't think about that part. I was thinking, oh, I could go grab coral swords. That way I can maybe grind a few more black flames while also grinding out the crescent enemies. Right, that would be a great idea, if you left yourself enough money to actually buy those coral swords. Oh well. Basically in these forests here, there's frequently present enemies in conjunction with black flames, which is why I was thinking about that. Let's go for them anyways, even if I don't have particularly great weapons for it. That's actually a bit of a sketchy one, because the Bio Soldier, if that's the last enemy remaining, they will counter with Bio. Oh, apparently we one-shot them anyway, so it's fine. Don't need to worry about it. So each one of these crescent enemies has a 1 in 16 drop rate for a Death Sickle or Doom Scythe or whatever you want to call it. Basically it's the weapon I'm looking for. Oh, man, there it is. Just get lucky, why not? Now notably, only the freelancer in our team currently can equip those, but you can also double grip those, effectively doubling the damage output of those scythes. And those Doom Scythes are some of the few axe-type weapons that are actually particularly good, because they have high enough attack power to, and also reasonably good accuracy of 90% compared to any other axe, as usually 80% or less accuracy, to offset on how unreliable the damage rolls tend to be. On top of that, you actually get an additional chance to proc Doom whenever you attack with it in combat, for a chance to just instantly kill a variety of enemies that are not immune to instant death. Free scythes for everybody. Indeed. And this is why we sit in the front row while grinding, because now we're in the back row, so if these black flames were to do any physical attacks, we would take half damage. Admittedly, we have so much HP it wouldn't even matter, but it just makes sense that way. Right, that's probably the last level we're gonna gain here, so level 22, that's pretty good. Gonna use up the rest of the rods, and then we go and buy the coral swords. Then we go and restock on the rods, and then we move on to the sandworm, into the desert. Beat up some machines, and beat up a flying snake dragon thing. That's usually how that goes. Oh, we already have equipped shields now. That was way earlier than I thought it was gonna be. A level 4 knight. That's really nice. Right, our dancer will already have equipped shields then. I thought this was like way later in the knight's ability cycle. By the way, it would still technically have value to put double grip onto a dancer, even though we can't double grip a dagger type weapon, because you still gain a portion of the knight's strength while having double grip ability on another character. It's not the full strength of the knight, I actually don't remember how much it is, but it's a good chunk. Alright, and that's the last fire rod used here. Good amount of money, good amount of ability points, and we move on. Well. Alrighty. Do we buy 3 coral swords? I guess we could. Sure, why not? Also buy the mage masher. This is also where we could have bought a katana if we wanted to, but no reason to. I guess I could have also bought elemental bows. What would that be useful for? Timmy? But now that I have the scythe, it's largely going to be irrelevant because the scythe is just heaps stronger anyways. So what do we do for sandworm? I think what I'm gonna do is first of all return one character here into a freelancer again. Let's say Galuf. He's gonna get double grip with exactly the Doom Axe. That's exactly what I want for him to have here. And he's gonna deal massive damage in the front row. Then we're going to equip the whip on you. I bought 3 whips because I kind of forgot about double grip being probably a lot stronger. You get double grip with the coral sword that we just bought. You got double grip with the coral sword we bought as well. And both of these are also gonna deal massive amounts of damage now. I suppose coral swords would still be better against Soul Cannon now I think about it. It's probably fine. I don't think it makes that big of a difference. We also can get the Blitz Whip, I think it is called. Lightning Whip. Unfortunately, it's not actually a lightning element. It is, however, a stronger whip than the regular whip. Alrighty, what do we want to do against Timmy? Probably just deal damage. Let me think about the next few bosses. We have Lightning Element already against Carl, well not Carl's, Crayclaw, so that's an easy knockout. You know what? Not gonna think about it too hard, I'm just gonna buy 5 of each Elemental Rod. And that's what I'll just have for the foreseeable future. And I think that's gonna be good enough. Don't need those things anymore. I guess I'll keep the Mythos Shields just in case. I guess at least one of them I wanna keep anyways. Now I've yet to buy any status recovery items, so I'm gonna go and do that too while I'm at it. I guess I could wait for Licks actually, now think about it. Because in Licks we're gonna get half price. Cool. Alrighty. Finally getting to the next boss, I guess. Can also put Ferris in the back row because she has a reach weapon with the whip. Although it's not that big of a concern to take physical damage in this encounter. Because the Sandworm is always considered to be in the back row. Its physical damage output is rather low. The biggest danger of it is the Sand Stream or Sand thingy ability. Deals 60 damage to all my party members and also inflicts the HP leak status, which is a lot of damage in, well, over a relatively short amount of time. But we do have really good damage output, so even though we will deal half physical damage, because again, for some reason that Sandworm is always considered to be in the back row, even if it's in the front hole, the damage output is still crazy good here, so we can just hit it decently hard. It has 3000 HP total. And double grip. Basically it just kind of makes up for half damage from the back row. It's kind of cancelling each other out, if you will. And we already have the sand. I don't like sand. It gets everywhere and stuff. I'm actually surprised that it's that much damage from the knights. Like, I figured it would be a decent amount, but that's actually way more than I expected this to be with the coral swords. Also, Galuf got 2 low rolls so far. This is kind of the downside of axe-type weapons. Huge variance in how much damage they deal. This guy cannot be paralyzed, so Ferry's trying to paralyze there, doesn't do anything. Oh, well, we've been already. That was fast. So notably, in the desert, enemies do have a decent chance to just not let you run. We don't have a guaranteed runaway ability, so just knocking them out is probably easier for the time being. The experience and money here is not great, but it's fine. Like nothing bad, so to speak. And especially since we can mostly just one-shot everything with the coral swords. It's actually pretty solid. The scythe being a one-shot is mostly just a toss-up, but it does have a much higher damage potential than the coral swords. Plus that chance to insta-kill with a 1 in 3 trigger chance whenever we hit an enemy with it. If they are not immune to it, that is. Alright, safe because these desert tiles can contain the Chimera enemies, and I think we survive 1 Aqua Rig, but it would be a lot of damage, and if I don't get to run away immediately, then that could be real sketchy. Also, I think I should probably turn Galuf back into a knight. Yeah, that makes more sense now. With double grip as well. And he doesn't have a helmet apparently. Oh. Wait. No, you don't have to. Did I sell the plumed helmet? I must have. How do you typically utilize the bone mill in your runs, assuming your jobs can equip it? Very sparingly, generally speaking. Like, if you are just trying to get through an area, running away from encounters, it's really good. Because of its high defense, so even if you take a hit or 2 from enemies, usually you're gonna shrug it off, as long as the enemies don't use fire damage. If you happen to have a flame shield or a flame ring in conjunction with it, that danger is pretty much nullified entirely. So basically, running through an area, not fighting things would be one part, the other part would be grinding on regular enemy encounters. It's also pretty good there, as long as you remember you have it. For boss fights, if I have other means of healing the bone mill user, like let's say a flame ring equipped, and then the black mage can cast Fire 3 on that character to heal it, that's pretty good. But otherwise in boss fights it tends to be a bit on the sketchy side to try and use them, although they can absolutely be used if you're confident enough in staying power for that character one way or another. Alternatively, Mystic Knight with Drain Blade also works really well, because they can just heal themselves whenever they attack. And bone mail is also kind of one of those items where you just need to remember that your character has to equip it, so you don't try to heal them with a high potion and just knock them out instead. But it does provide a lot of status immunity to blind, berserk, poison, instant death. So it's very, very handy for just general survivability against those. Also confusion immunity. So it has a lot of upsides, but of course, as long as you can work around the downside of not being able to heal your character in a traditional way, it's pretty good. Never thought of using the flame ring to heal the bearer of the bone mail? It's a very nice strategy. Can also use an ice shield, if you get to that point. The bone mail actually reduces ice damage by half, so I'm actually not sure whether you get healed for the full amount from an ice attack on a bone mail. Meanwhile... Also, I guess another notable thing, if you, let's say, use a flame sword from the Mystic Knight to try and heal your bone mail user, they can still block the attack from your own characters if they feel like it, if you happen to use a shield. Same goes with the Aegis shield. If you try to heal via a black or red mage fire spell, and you happen to have the Aegis shield equipped, you can block that spell despite it technically being useful to heal, which is something to be concerned about. Also, I'm not even let's try this again. I'm not even going to bother healing my characters here, because the upcoming encounter we have a boss that loves to just put you into critical HP, and he does so 2 out of 3 times on some of his turns, so most of the time you're just gonna get put back into critical HP after healing, so I'm just not even going to bother healing. Plus, we will probably knock it out in 1 turn anyways. Oh. Dial the Kobold, thank you so much for the raid and welcome everybody. Hope you have a lovely day today. Welcome to Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta, where we're only allowed to use the 4 assigned jobs in order to try and beat the game. Welcome to you as well, Almalinka, or is it Almalinka? Feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name if you'd like to. And welcome. Alrighty. So, the next encounter is going to be against Crayclaw. Crayclaw notably has only 2000 HP and a weakness to lightning damage, and the coral swords we picked up earlier, well, they are lightning element. So he will take double damage from those, and since the coral swords already deal like 800-900 damage, yeah, he's not gonna survive that for long. You would take the low-key stream we got my way. Oh, I see. Thank you. I hope you had a lovely stream, Dyla. Thank you for sticking around. Oh, we even get a paralysis on this guy. So yeah. The poor enemies don't stand a chance. This guy could have 3000 HP. We still would have two-shot him. We get an ice bow in return, which I guess allows us to deal ice elemental damage with the freelancer. Thinking about it, I probably just want to put my freelancer in the front row with the Doom Scythe here coming up. Although I could just use another freelancer now. Kind of depends, I guess. Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna turn somebody else into a freelancer now, so Ferris can start gaining experience for the Night Job class. Gonna turn you into a knight. She does not have double grip yet, so she also needs to unlock that, but she'll get there sooner rather than later. And Galaf is gonna be our freelancer here. He's gonna get double grip, the Doom Axe, and all the good things basically. He is very well equipped. So, first of all we have to fly over here. Experience the fortress of ancient futuristic technology. Rise from the sand, and well, hey Aries, welcome to you. Thank you for the good luck. I hope you have a nice day today. I could also go and grab a new weapon here. So we could have technically grabbed this weapon earlier if I wanted to, but grabbing it now is much easier because we don't have to go through the entirety of the dungeon, since we can just land in the back of this place instead. And the chest just over here contains a weapon that is normally something for the Beastmaster, the Thunder Whip. As mentioned earlier, unfortunately the Thunder Whip is not actually Thunder Element. That would be useful. It instead has, I think, what is it, 1 in 3 chance? Ow, this guy hits like a truck. Instead it has like a 1 in 3-ish chance to cast level 1 bolt on the enemy. So it's, unless the enemy is weak to bolt magics or thunder magic specifically, it largely doesn't do a whole lot. It's also not much stronger than the whip as a baseline weapon, so you might actually prefer keeping the whip equipped just for the chance to paralyze a variety of enemies instead. It's more of a, I guess technically an upgrade for damage kind of weapon, if you will. Then again, in the upcoming sections, most enemies can't be paralyzed anyways. Actually, can we paralyze Timmy? I don't remember. Let me see. Timmy. Timmy. He is susceptible to... Nope. Unfortunately, Timmy cannot be paralyzed. That would be actually extremely useful, because Timmy is also not flagged as heavy in the code. So it would take about 2.5 turns of Timmy's time away, and it would not be able to move for the most part. Use a tent to heal up and revive. And I guess we're just gonna take a ton of damage from Timmy realistically here, but that's okay. Timmy can be instantly killed by Doom, but it also comes with the innate shell status, which means our chance to hit Doom is halved. I think Doom's baseline chance to hit is like 80% or so, so 40% chance to hit. And we only have, I think, a 1 in 3 chance to trigger it to begin with, so it's more like a 13-ish% chance to actually knock out Timmy with any given attack from Galaf here. But hey, that's actually decent odds, I guess. Anyways, Timmy only has 2000 HP, so we will likely be able to knock that out relatively quickly. It would have a weakness to ice magic, so I could break an ice rod over his head if I wanted to. But, you know, even though he halves all the physical and magical damage received effectively, still not that much HP to go through. He does hit decently hard though. Alright. Galuf just demonstrates the 13% chance. Thank you, Galuf. Why not? I mean, I think that's literally the easiest way that could have gone. Maybe I should have actually switched around who was knocking out the black flames earlier, so we would already have double grip on Ferris too. but I think it's alright. I feel like our damage output is gonna be really good for the upcoming section anyways, even if it could be technically improved. GG's. Alrighty, welcome to Soul Cannon mini bosses. Welcome, you Krauser. Hope you have a lovely day. And yes, I think it was a fun time yesterday. Very pleasant. Do I actually want another coral sword? I do think another coral sword would be correct instead of a Doom Axe here specifically. It's not all that necessary, but we have an airship, so getting here is super quick. So it's not a big detour anyways. And we probably have the money. Probably. Surely. Because the enemies coming up are in fact weak to lightning. I guess I could have also bought a thunder bow. That would have worked. That is actually a lightning element. How was yesterday's run? How did it end? You had to go to bed. The run ended like you would... Spoilers. You would expect. Magus just managed to go and rush on ahead, leaving everybody else in the dust. I finished barely second. Brachydactyls actually caught up big time in World 3 because I was just playing everything maybe a bit too safe, all things considered. And then the race finished not soon after. Not long after that way around. Alright, these flame guns had like, what, 2400-ish HP? So, unfortunately, Ferris does not quite finish them off here. It's a bit of a shame, so we take a bit of extra damage, but that's alright. All these flame guns do is emission. Emission is a blue magic spell, so you can learn it from them. It's a very cost-efficient, fire-based spell attack for blue magic, or for blue mages. Like, it's not the most amazing, but it's pretty decent, actually, all things considered. Alright, did we get the other ones too? We do. So these either use Rocket Punch, which is what we don't want to see, or these enemies will use... I should have used Ferris to unconfuse. Rocket Punch reduces our current HP by half and confuses the character. Missile reduces our current HP by 75%. So basically, they technically cannot actually knock us out by themselves, but they deal massive amounts of damage that I'll just have to heal up anyways. Yes, that's very fair, Varlaker. I know which game. Final Fantasy Dimension. Alright, these guys again. No rocket punches, please. Okay, the second one didn't even go. I think that usually means they missed their attack. All of their abilities have a chance to just miss because of magic resistance or level difference chance to hit stuff. Missile, I guess, is also a blue magic spell that you can learn. It only works on enemies that do not flag as heavy in the code, so it does have some uses. Where it works on a bunch of interesting bosses. Although Blue Mage also usually has a lot of other stuff they can do instead. So it's questionable whether it's all that great. Valakari is talking about Final Fantasy Dimensions, which is a game that, from what I understand, quite close in terms of concept to Final Fantasy V, with a job system and various characters and stories that you can play through. It is actually just fully its own game. And like it's just a straight up regular game, kind of like Final Fantasy V, released on iOS and mobile platforms, which means it's a bit difficult to access and play in a weird way. At least for me to stream, it's kind of awkward since I will have to emulate it. And it's apparently quite competent in what it does. It doesn't accept controller input when you emulate it. Just fake touch with the mouse so you get fed up. I see. Yeah, I think it doesn't have controller. You recommend an Android emulator that you verified it works fine. Alrighty. So this shop here sells everything for half price. I think I'm not gonna use these bows anymore, so we're gonna sell them here. Same with the katana. Technically you can double grip katanas. I guess that theoretically has use on Arc or Abyss. But we have to do max 4 things, so that's fine. The katana is probably more consistent on better on average though, to be fair. But it's also much more specifically usable only by our freelancer currently. And we're gonna buy a bunch of status recovery items. And tents. And then we invest the rest of the money into potions. And I guess more status recovery items, why not? Nut eaters, also known as squirrels. One of the most difficult words to pronounce for me. If you ever wondered why I keep saying lady instead of girl, it's a really awkward word for me to pronounce. Same with the squirrels. It's literally the main reason. Alrighty, welcome to Soul Cannon. One of operations. We actually want to defeat the things on the Soul Cannon's back. So we're going to break a Thunder Rod to damage all the parts. The little launchers on the back have 800 HP each. And one rod break plus one attack with everybody else does a good chunk of damage. The Soul Cannon has 12,500 HP that you need to deplete anyways. And well, that's exactly what we're gonna be doing. It is weak to lightning, so coral swords are especially strong here. And well, if the Soul Cannon gets to attack, which I don't know, it might not because we have that much damage output, it would reduce our current HP, well actually no, our maximum HP by half, base damage, and inflict the HP leak status. So after 2 attacks from the Soul Cannon, your entire party is going to be dead if you don't heal in between. But it didn't even get to attack once. the power of knights, I guess, in this case. Alright, now here we want to actually equip the Doom Axe again, because stuff is no longer weak to lightning in particular, although I believe the Coral Swords are still currently our best weapons. Alright, and then we start bonking enemies here. We could try to run away from these guys, but they are okay experience. Actually, they are pretty decent experience. The main downside is usually that they have a decent chunk of physical defense, these Ronka Knights. I think they even might have some evasion, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. But punching through their defense is quite tricky, but that's one of the advantages of axe-type weapons, like the Doom Axe. It just pierces enemies' defense and ignores about 75% of those. On top of that, double grip, I think, doubles your attack power? Or was it the multiplier? Anyways, one of them is good against high defense enemies and the other one is not. So these world demons, we're actually gonna hunt a little bit. Oh, that was not quite a one-shot. That's alright though. These world demons have a rare drop chance for a dark bow that we would like to have. A dark bow is, well, a bow that can inflict the darkness status on an enemy. And the weird thing about the dark bow is that, unlike trying to inflict the dark status with various other abilities and such, it does have a much better chance of actually just landing the darkness effect on the enemy, ignoring effectively their magic evasion and everything else. So if you need to really just blind an enemy, the dark bow is fantastic for that. You know what I just realized? I can also use the killer bow, I guess. Which I forgot about for the crystals. I didn't technically need a Doom Scythe, but I think the Doom Scythe is better. First class is White Mage, feeling pretty good, given last year we had to start with the Thief. Downside, you have to remember where the heck the flood is on the ship. Right after you enter the ship graveyard, just go down. Hey, we get the Darkness Bow immediately. How convenient. Okay. That's nice. So I'm gonna go out of my way to grab this chest over there because it contains a shield upgrade. It's not a big shield upgrade. It goes from 25% to 30% chance to block physical attacks. But I mean, it's an upgrade. So yeah, we have a Darkness Bow already. I think it has also a decent chance to miss if you don't use the aim command from the ranger with the Darkness Bow. So I don't necessarily want to use it as a weapon per se. But it would be an option on the Freelancer. Use a tent to heal up and move on through the area. High Potion. High Potions heal for 500 instead of the potion's usual 50. So it's actually a really good healing item at this point. That's nice. Well, those Lamias are decently fast, so they're just gonna outpace us and whack us once before we get to run away. And here we get Ancient Sword and the Power Ring. The Power Ring we actually can equip on Galuf for as 3 extra strength, giving him up to 48, which actually is a lot, isn't it? Yeah, it's actually the same as Lena has, even though he only gets like partial bonus from the Knight's strength with double grip. Thanks to the ribbon and the power ring, he gets +8 total, making his strength be, well, literally comparable. On top of that we get the Ancient Sword. Let's just put this onto you, because it is just a stronger sword than the Coral Sword and has a chance to inflict the old status whenever you attack with it. I think it has a 1 in 3 chance to cast the old status, or old spell, whenever you attack with it, which has a decently high chance to land if an enemy is susceptible to it. Then again, this is the Super Nintendo version of the game. Oh, he missed, that's inconvenient. And the old status does not actually reduce the enemy's damage, for the most part, because enemies do not recalculate their attack multipliers in this game here in particular. Wow, this guy's a very dodgy guy. Did Buzz just have the wrong graphic for his sword there? Or did I see that wrong? Goodbye. I don't think there's anything else I would want to have from these enemies. Thanks to the freelancer, I'm gonna be compelled to keep every unique and strange weapon for their effects instead of, you know, selling them for money. Okay, I highly doubt we need to save for Archaeavis because we are a decently high level here. But might as well just get convenient tent health refill and then move on. Bros! Goodbye, brothers. I'm gonna skip these 2 chests coming up. There's 2 chests I could technically grab. One of them contains a Phoenix Down, and one of them contains a Cottage. Cottage is basically an upgraded tent. Oh, preemptive strike, let's knock it out. Thanks, Galuf. Actually, this thing absorbs lightning damage as healing, so I would have had to switch weapons, so I think if Galuf didn't actually knock it out, I would have just ran away. Anyways, a Cottage is an upgraded tent, basically healing you back to full, or the entire party back to full, instead of just the individual getting the 1000 HP and the 100 MP. Alright, anything else I want to do here? Somebody want the Guardian Dagger? You know what? You can have the Guardian Dagger. It's literally 1 attack power lower, but getting a 25% extra chance of blocking incoming physical attacks is quite nice. Alright, welcome to Archaeavis. This thing has 1600 HP in the first 4 forms each, and then a 2600-ish HP afterwards. It starts with really high physical defense, with, once again, the Doom Scythe has a good chance of just piercing. And pretty much every form has the same set of moves. It has one group attack, dealing about 25% of our maximum health in damage, so actually quite a lot of damage here, because we have a lot of maximum health. And a physical attack that does nothing else, and a physical attack that inflicts a status, depending on which phase we're in at the time, that is. Still in phase 1. We haven't dealt 1600 damage yet, this should push it over, there we go. Now it is in phase 2. Slightly less physical defense, and slightly more magic defense. It is also going to use Blaze now, if it is using a special ability. And Wing. Wing is poison infliction, that's alright. We're gonna use Ferris's turn to heal because she deals the least amount of damage, and welcome to phase 3. Once again, slightly less physical defense, and a bit more magic defense, and 1600 HP to get through this one. Its special attack, I think, is... I actually don't know what that is. Is that Confusion? Paralysis? It's not Confusion. Confusion is the last phase. Also, we are now in the next phase. Once again, less physical defense, and if Galuf gets a good hit here, there we go. We are now in phase 5. 2500 HP, no physical defense, but he's immune to against most magic attacks or elements. So we actually cannot use the coral swords anymore, we have to switch out something else. I don't know if I have anything else for Lena here, now think about it. Whoops, I didn't think about that part. You know, she can have the gold shield and the mage masher. It's not gonna be particularly good damage, but it negates lightning damage, so otherwise I wouldn't do anything. And in this form he can do all sorts of nasty attacks to us. But if we get 2 good hits with Galuf and Butts, we're probably fine. Maelstrom puts some of our characters into critical HP here. And we're just gonna use a high potion on you, because Butts is arguably our best damage dealer here, and a high potion on you. Maelstrom has about a 66% chance to hit, but it tries to hit all party members, so we actually got, I think, above average luck with 2 dodges there. Entangle would paralyze the character for about 2 turns, but he doesn't get to do much else now. Hi Spirits, thank you so much for the raid. And welcome everybody, hope you have a lovely day today. Welcome to the Vicious Gamer and Chesterk. Hope you're all having a nice day. And we're gonna unlock our last job class here. We're gonna also not have Galuf in our team for a while for now, so we're just gonna unequip his equipment and move on into the next room. Now notably, there can still be encounters in this room, but we didn't get any, so we're fine. Alrighty, cutscene time, and then I guess we'll find out what job we're gonna get. So I guess I could just click the unlock Earth Drop button right now. But what would I want to get preferably? Freelancer and Dancer is a really nice synergy, because Freelancer will be able to master the night and then start dancing with a chicken knife in the front row, whoever that's going to be. And then... what else would work with that? Thief is a little bit late now because we are already past the point where we would be able to buy Lamia's or steal Lamia's tiaras. But I guess it's still a nice class overall. Just not overwhelmingly strong. I actually don't know. Let's see what the Earth Drop is going to be. Well, that's very interesting. That is very interesting, in fact. Okay, we actually got another Earth Job in this one role here. And our last job is going to be Samurai. We unlock both Samurai and Dancer right now. So we have to turn 2 of our knights into one of these other jobs each. Samurai is very interesting because one of the few other types of weapons that you can double grip are the Samurai's katanas. So we actually have really nice synergies from the knight with the Samurai as well as Freelancer. It's actually a nice team. And also we can just throw money at a problem if that ends up being a concern. That's pretty strong. Because Guild Toss, the innate ability of Samurai, uses up money you have in your inventory to deal damage to the enemies. And that can be a lot of damage. And the weird thing about Guild Toss is, it actually is neither physical nor magical in nature. So if an enemy has Protect and Shell at the same time, like an upcoming boss probably will have, we actually can just throw money and it bypasses that problem entirely. Time to prove that money solves problems. It definitely solves a lot of problems. Andralphus, thank you for a crazy long time with 121 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you very much. Behold the Summer Night. Summer Night. Did I do right? Alright, trying to start thinking about, can we defeat Omega and Shinryu? Shinryu, yes. Because we have a freelancer that can equip everything. So we can Berserk Shinryu, and we can Apollo's Harpin afterwards, I guess. Or something like that. And with Knights that's pretty easy to do, since we can actually just cover... Yeah, that's... Alright, Shinryu is gonna be easy. Omega, on the other hand... I guess we can use a Dancer with, like, the Ragnarok Blade. Although it might be better to use the Rune Blade with the Dance. Actually, we can just dance with literally any weapon, now I think about it. So we can dance with the Rune Axe even. To deal damage to Omega. I'm pretty sure Dance does work in conjunction with the critical hit thing. So we can have the Freelancer dance with the Rune Axe, and we can have the Dancer dance with the Rune Blade. Actually, I use for the Rune Blade for once. Anything else? I guess that's about it. But it should be reasonably doable. Also, the funny thing is, we had the Freelancer to cast Haste. And now we have, well, we also have the Samurai to straight up cast Haste as well with the same weapon. So we can pick whichever one we want. What about Omniscient? Do we have a good way to deal with Omniscient? If this was the Pits remaster, Dance would count as a spell, so you can actually deal damage to Omniscient with dancing without him resetting, but that is not the case here. I guess Mage Master plus double Guild Toss is gonna be the solution to Omniscient. A solo character should be able to handle Minotaur by itself without too much trouble. I mean, it's a pretty melee heavy team, but they have nice synergies with each other. With the Freelancer throwing in the occasional spell through Rod Breaking, I guess. So yeah, I don't foresee any troubles with this team to at least beat the game. Although Omega is gonna be a little bit of a struggle. We could go and grab a bunch of Flame Rings. And then haste the characters with the Flame Rings. That would very much be an option. Or since literally everybody except the Dancer can equip shields, We could also just equip a flame shield on everybody. Does this mean I don't necessarily want the Aegis shields? We can get 2 flame shields if I pick up the one in the forest. Let it burn. Suppose so. I guess the Aegis shields would still be nice, because petrification is a thing. And I guess some of the characters may want to wield the reflect rings instead, so we can actually deal damage to Omega without it just murdering us in return. We can haste the characters with reflect rings by reflecting off of Omega's innate reflex status. So it's gonna be a bit of a lottery whether we actually get it or not. I do wonder how much damage that's gonna be from the 2 dancing characters. It should be a good chunk. Yeah, we will want to have equipped swords for the dancer then, and we will want to have... Actually, you get to equip 2 abilities on the freelancer, right? So we grab double grip and dance. That's probably almost max damage with the rune axe. Maybe. Also, I need to actually change the jobs here. Let's see, who's gonna be what? The fairy's already learned double grip now? No, she didn't. She wants to get 1 more knight level, so we're gonna leave her as a knight for now. Then one of you is gonna be a samurai. With double grip. Oh, we sold the katana, didn't I? Probably wanna go and buy another one then. And I guess you can be the dancer for now. Although admittedly, freelancer is probably better for us here for now. Because we do want to deal with the Puroboros. Yeah, right, we can get 2 abilities. Oh, right, cover is also an innate. Okay. That's fine. Okay, let's go back and buy our katana back, I guess. This might be the single most times I have actually visited this out-of-the-way village. I visited once trying to buy coral swords where I didn't have enough money. Then I visited the second time with enough money to buy the coral swords. And now it's the 3rd time. To buy my samurai sword back that I just sold earlier. Katana. Pretty pricey, but that's alright. That's exactly why we want it. Because you can double grip katanas, 84 base power. Not as strong as the Doom Axe with 86 power, but it's very close. And definitely a lot more consistent. Alright, we are right here, so let's knock out a Chimera Brain, I guess. So this boss here, notably, has a lot of area effect attack spells that it likes to hurl at you, has 3300 HP. It is not immune to instant death, so if Lena feels like it, she can just knock it out with the Doom Scythe in one swing. Which I think is technically a relatively good odds. I would guess it's about 40% chance to knock out on any given hit. I don't know the actual rates. But let's see. A physical attack, that's very friendly. And the kindness is not repaid. But yeah, even if we didn't knock it out with the Doom immediately, that was 1000 damage right there. The Samurai Sword was gonna deal about the same. Could even deal more if it crit. I guess Ferris wouldn't do that much in comparison. We can actually have the Ancient Sword now. It's the best weapon we have for her. How do I deal with the Puroboros though? That's a good question. Alrighty, Titan, 2500 HP. He does not have a weakness like the other one we could exploit here, but when he goes down to, well, 0 HP, he will cast Earthshaker as his death counter. And, well, we just hope to someday hit with Lena as well. He can also just naturally use Earthshaker when it feels like it, and that's a bit of a problem because we don't have enough HP to survive it on any character if we do it this way around. Healing up 1. We only just need one character to survive it anyway, so it'll be fine. If Lena didn't miss twice, we would not even have to invest a thing. Oh, by the way, question. Sword Slap straight up doesn't work in any version of the game that I know of. Does it work in the Pixel remaster? Sword Slap is supposed to inflict paralysis, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I don't think it actually works in this version, or the Game Boy Advance version, or... I actually don't know about the old iOS version. But I guess it stands to reason that it would work in the Pixel remaster, right? So it would actually be a really good ability then. Anyways, oh yeah, we can also just throw money at the problem. We have 1825 monies. Actually, that is not enough to deal damage to these guys, because the cost goes up dramatically the more targets there are, because for each individual target you pay, what is it, 50 gold times your samurai level? I mean, you also get a good chunk of damage out of it, but I'm pretty sure we don't have enough money to pay for defeating the Puroboros in one go. What we do, however, have is Lena able to hit all of them for really good damage. So each one of these guys, I'm actually not even going to bother attacking, each one of these guys has 1500 HP, and when you knock one of them out, they will attempt to death counter, heal all of their allies that have fallen in the same turn. They don't have a particular mental weakness. But if we knock them all out in the same turn, then they can't really do that. And it just so happens that 3 elemental rods will just knock these guys out before they can do anything. So we do that. Again, the Freelancer's unique ability is to be able to equip everything. So it would be kind of a shame to not take advantage of it. Alternatively, it's just grinding out a little bit more money for the samurai to throw at the enemies would also just probably one-shot the entire enemy troop here. Actually, definitely one-shots the entire enemy troop. And that's that. Okay. After yesterday, I'm quite tired, to be completely honest. So I think this is a good stopping point. When we cleared World 1, we have unlocked all of the crystals. And next up, we're gonna be moving on into World 2 next time. So, that's that from me. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around and well. Hopefully until next time. Good night and have a good time. You made it just in time for the stream to end. Aw, sorry about that, Ed here. Hello. Welcome. I hope you have a lovely weekend. Let's see, who is currently playing Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta? Who would I recommend you guys watch? Huh, in my list there's actually not a whole lot of people playing Final Fantasy V right now. What is this? Let's search for the directory. Final Fantasy V. Who is playing Final Fantasy V right now? We have a bunch of people. Alrighty. Disclaimer, I have no idea how their stream is, what the policy is, language or anything like that, but Eat It Up has been around here for a few times. So Eat It Up is currently playing Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta with the Pixel Remaster, and apparently has Blue Mages and Berserkers. And mimes. More mimes. So I hope you have a good time over there too, and I wish you good night. Bye bye.